It's live on a Friday night, Friday party night on the Angry live streams. Traditionally, in these lockdown times, while we're all keeping each other company, it's close to come to socializing. So, yeah, that's a thing. And I'm going to be, you can tell, I'm wearing my cocktail making clothes. I'm going to be making some cocktail videos over the next couple of hours, however many hours we're here. And hello, Musical Aviator, Chris, and Fox of Fate. Oh, Musical Aviator, straight out of the gate with a dad joke, which I hugely appreciate. Happy New Ethiopia. That's actually pretty good. You groaned at your own dad joke, but I actually think that's a pretty good dad joke. I work with someone who's Ethiopian. That's how, and we were having our daily chat today. And he said, yeah, today's actually New Year in Ethiopia. Gave us a little history lesson, which was really quite interesting. So I thought I'd make that the theme. Chris, it's been a day, but you made it here. Yes, that's what it is. Well, it's been a Friday here, and I have survived the Friday and going to continue on into the night and see what is what. And I guess being a Friday night, it's probably time for a drink. I don't know if you'll pick up this color. Young Mr. Angry was bored, and I think he was procrastinating from an essay he was supposed to do. And so he made himself a strawberry syrup. Basically, we had some fresh strawberries because they're super in season at the moment. They're really cheap. And chopped them up and cooked them in a little pot with some sugar, and then strained it and made a milkshake with it. And the pulp that didn't go through the strainer, I've put in with some vodka, and I'm going to basically try to make some strawberry vodka. Leave it for a day or two, although it's picking up a little bit of color from the strawberry. It'll be interesting. Might even try it on tomorrow night's live stream. Bonjour, Abigail. Yes, Chris, grab a drink, definitely. Celtic King. No idea with the AIDSy. We shall wait and see if we hear from him. But I'm intrigued. I've changed some things with the setup. Does it look better, as in lighting and color and whatnot? Because my laptop gives me somewhat false colors, and I'm very interested in what it looks like at your end. If the image looks better or worse than usual, or the same. Anthony, good evening to you, sir. I think I know what I'm going to make as my first drink. I know what I'm making videos of. But this first one, I think, is just to start. Oh, geez, people have just been putting up videos. Educated Barfly and Booze on the Rocks literally just did 3 minutes ago. Both put up videos. Chocolate tigress and a daiquiri frappe, their cocktails of the day. I am going to look up some other cocktail channels. In fact, really, Steve the Bartender, the biggest cocktail channel in Australia. He made it recently. Green pina colada. And I need to check, does he actually put the recipe? Yes, so it's green chartreuse and pineapple juice and cream of cocoa. So no rum. Okay, so his green pina colada, he's gone with no rum and just green chartreuse. And there's another channel, in fact, another Australian cocktail channel that is a much smaller channel than Steve the Bartender, a much bigger channel than my cocktail channel. Dude who works in a bar, he possibly owns or runs a bar in Geelong. Let's talk drinks. Yes, let's talk drinks. And he did an absinthe pina colada. George Kamara from Let's Talk Drinks. Oh God, I'm going to have to listen to that to work out where he is. Okay, fair enough. I'm looking a bit washed out. Well, I'm feeling a bit washed out. But yes, I think it's probably a bit better even with washing out. Celtic King with Toby. Hello to both of you. Yes, so I've got my ring light on over there, and I've actually got exposure on automatic. So you'll see the exposure go in and out as I move. Like if I covered up my big white forehead, the exposure would probably change. Let me do that. And yeah, you can see the exposure changes again. I think I won't mess with it. Chris, oh, we got the windows taped up. Got your drinks and snacks. Yeah, okay. That sounds like a plan. So I'm going to make... oh God, I'm going to have to listen to this for a bit to get thing for the absinthe pina colada because you didn't put the recipe there. I should talk. I don't put the recipe in the details of my videos. Now, trying to remember the sites where I had the other recipes. I want to do a green... all these different green cocktails. Trying to remember the sites that I found these on. This one I've got to come up with an alternative to Campari because I don't like Campari. Or they're not going to put something super bitter in. Green Negroni. Yes, okay, that was Difford's. Okay. So gin, and they're saying bitter Bianco liqueur. I'm going to use Ocar Gold, vermouth, and chartreuse, and green melon. Now, I think the other one was on punch drink. I could be wrong. Hellion, hello to you, Kirsten, and hello, Luke, as well. So, yes, if I search, because I have this funny feeling it was punch that had the white zombie. Yes, it was. Wow. Sometimes my memory doesn't fail me. So a traditional zombie is a tiki drink that's like all the rums. This one is all the white spirits. It's got pisco, white rum, gin, velvet falernum, lime juice, Don's Mix, passion fruit, simple syrup, maraschino, and absinthe. So it's pretty fucking deadly. What's Don's Mix? Is grapefruit juice, cinnamon. Yeah. So Don's Mix, I'm going to do grapefruit juice and a little bit of allspice dram. as an extremely rough approximation. And that will see us through. So I've got what I want. I need a pen, and I need to write something down. What's this? I think I've got a pen just over here, my work desk. Several pens there. Now, got to try a little tenderness. Well, Luke, I could use notes on my phone. That is a valid point. And very good thinking on your part, quite honestly. That's interesting. That won't play sound for this while I'm doing the stream. Gosh darn it. Or maybe if I put headphones in, I would hear it. I'm going to grab my headphones and try that. Oh, or speaking of phone, Luke, you young genius, you, I'll just actually do YouTube on my phone. Then I don't have to worry about it. Get away. Let's talk drinks. That's him. Absinthe cocktails.
Absinthe cocktails.
Good on you, George.
I'm just going to show you how simple.
Which one is it? Oh,
And the straw. Super simple, guys. That's the absinthe colada.
That's the first one. Absinthe colada. Okay. Need to write the ingredients down. No, George, you're already shaking it. I need the ingredients, buddy.
Blanche absinthe. So you can use a green or you can use a blanche, which is like a clear absinthe. It's 45 mils.
45 mils absinthe. Okay, I've got a really deadly absinthe. I don't think I'm going to put that much in it.
Next up, I'm going to use 20 mils of the modern coconut syrup.
20 mil.
You can also use a Coco Lopez or
coconut.
Fresh coconut cream works well as well. Then I'm going to do 30 mils of some fresh lime juice. Just add a little bit of zing to it.
30 mil lime.
20 mils of pineapple juice. That's pretty much it. Next up, I'm going to use 20 mils of the modern coconut syrup.
No, what are you doing, George?
Check it out. It's got the whole history and everything about absinthe. But I'm going to make something that's really easy, and it's a really popular cocktail. It's the pina colada, but I'm going to do a absinthe colada. And these are just the specs that I created.
This is George's specs. I gotta get this right.
It's blanche absinthe, so you can use a green or you can use a blanche, which is like a clear absinthe. It's 45 mils.
All right, so he is replacing the rum with absinthe. I thought he used rum and absinthe.
20 mils of the modern coconut syrup. You can also use a Coco Lopez or whatever coconut, fresh coconut cream.
Okay, so I will use 45 mils of absinthe because that's all that's going in there. I'm going to get shit-faced tonight. I'm going to be so fucking shit-faced. You're looking forward to that, I bet. Me getting shit-faced. 120 mil of pineapple. All right. Thanks for that, George. You're a mensch. George. Kamara. All right. Thank you, Abigail, for being designated viewer for the night. Someone's got to give me a sober explanation for what's happening, because I may be in no state to know what's happening. So it's good to have you on board. All right. Jesus, 45 mils of 80 proof. 160 proof absinthe. Ew. Yeah, only live once. It's got a fuck ton of pineapple juice in it too. So, yeah, right. But I'm going to have a warm-up drink, which is probably really stupid, but I'm doing it anyway. Stupid does. And this is a stupid doing now. I'm going to do just a twist on an old-fashioned with an apple walnut liqueur, a French apple walnut liqueur in it. So, get my stirring glass. Get my lid below. Oh, the only question is, what whiskey? What whiskey? What whiskey? I think I'll use the Fortis. It's about 2/3 gone. Oh no, I'll have to buy more. I want sugar syrup. Oh, my Demerara syrup. Some ice in my stirring glass. I'll do it. And I got my rocks glass with my beautiful clear ice in it. Ice, not arse. Ugh. Then another thing of clear ice I'm trying to get to come out of the cup, and it won't. Right, my jigger and my Hawthorne strainer and my Angostura bitters. Right. We're just about ready to go. Ready to go. The first. I don't have a stirring spoon. I need a stirring spoon. There we go. Nice long stirring spoon. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Abigail, in the coronavirus, is a stupid amount of drinking. That is true, actually. That is true. Yes, Luke. I'm here as a bad example. What is it? A cautionary tale. I'm a cautionary tale. Right. So, 2 ounces, 60 mils of the Fortis. Ba-boom. Put that away. And I think I put 1 ounce of this liqueur in. And maybe 3/4 of an ounce of the Demerara syrup. Aha! And that is in fact the Aidsy Man. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, better send him the link. He wants to join. Dun, 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 dun. Cucaracha, cucaracha. Why did I start singing La Cucaracha when Aidsy contacted me? Hey? Chris, what's it like not to have your city ready to burn down? Yeah, well, that was a lot of our country last summer, and probably this summer as well. It's very late in the season for you to have these really intense wildfires in the US. Just emailed you the link. Okay. Do 45 mils of the Demerara syrup. Shaboopy. Yeah, those wildfires in the US are something else. A bit of ASMR. Hope that's not a terrible noise. Ooh, wow. And in fact, I will just put a little bit of bitters in there. 2 dashes, more or less. And I'll just stir that for una secunda. Ba, 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 ba. Da, 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 da. Ooh, man. I judged that well. Check that wash line. That was more good luck than good management. Just fits perfectly with my nice clear ice. Though you can't really appreciate how clear my ice is because the glass is frosting up. But it is. Yes, fire and COVID. It's not good. Long day of getting information out to people, helping friends. Whole city on an alert. Football games with fans. Yes, I did see someone. I don't know if it was like the mayor or someone from state politics in New Orleans saying they weren't going to have football. Okay, so AIDSy will have however long wrestling with technology. Has on average been half an hour, so we shall see. Yes. But here is my nutty apple old-fashioned. Oh, wow, that's good. Really syrupy with that liqueur in it. Wow. Oof. It's like a really rich dessert, actually. Abigail, you moved the gutsy gaming rig into a new case with better airflow and cable management. It's running ambient temperature while playing Elite Dangerous, which makes you happy. Nice. And I agree. The small moments of joy are worth celebrating. So, Chris, you're north of the river. You're not directly in danger, but tons of smoke. Have a respirator, smoke allergy. Oh God, the people who were suffering from smoke inhalation in Australia last summer is full on. Timothy, want me to play video games? I almost never play video games. Sorry. So if you had to stay inside for 4 days because of the smoke in January, yep. There's a lot of that. And that's the other thing. A lot of doctors are worried. It's basically the long-term health cost, because in areas of New South Wales in particular, they were shrouded in smoke for a month or more. It's like super fucking bad for your lungs. There's some real concerns about what that could mean down the line in terms of health problems. But yeah. Oh, Chris, there you go. A bit of good news. Your cousin's getting married. Nice. Luke, he had smoke in Adelaide from Kangaroo Island. Yep. And Safi, your mum, and he had smoke from Gippsland. No fires. Yeah, Melbourne escaped largely unscathed from the bushfires. The Gippsland fires, the smoke drifted over us a couple of times. But places like Sydney and Canberra, there were places that were just shrouded in smoke for a fucking month. Not good at all. So oh my wordy, that's good. There's also 2 shots of an 100 proof whiskey, so I ought to be careful. Abigail accidentally bought 2 PS4 controllers. Does anyone need one? I needed 2, even though don't do 2-player ones. It's just like, one charge while you're using the other one. That's why I reckon I need 2. But like I say, I don't game much. But a lot of the streaming services I access through the PlayStation because of the various ways I can access the streaming services. The PlayStation has the best interface. So I use them on PC. Yeah, my daughter uses PlayStation controller on PC as well. Yeah, I use the PC more for watching I use the PlayStation more for watching streaming services than playing games. So what was that? How did COVID get into Echuca? I don't know how COVID got into Echuca. Yeah, Chris, people are really worried about a surge in cancer or just general lung disease. Like anyone who's asthmatic or already had breathing issues, the bushfires were super fucking bad news for them. But there's a real concern. It could be an uptick in lung cancer and emphysema, all sorts of things, because people were just exposed to toxic levels of smoke for weeks on end. It was ridiculous. So, yeah, it'll be a while before we know exactly what that all means. Luke, you know that story. I don't know the Echuca story. You're saying it was a fake positive. Retested and they didn't have it. Yes, false positives happen. Not all that often, but it does. Chris, yeah, chronic lung issues are fucked. Yes. As you say, like you got a respirator. It's just, Jesus, the world. Am I right? Am I right? The world. What the fuck? So, yeah, that's what we are faced with. The world being fucked. Yeah, we will see what is what. God, I love doing variations on old-fashioned. Just an old-fashioned with a fruit liqueur almost always works. It's the first time I tried this particular one. This is a French apple walnut liqueur, Le Belu, which I got because the bottle shop I go to often talked this up and said how good. It's only 18% alcohol, so it's more flavor than getting shit-faced on it. And oh my God, it goes well. Kirsten Henry's going live again. Okay. Kirsten and I normally watch the Applewood live stream on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Tonight, for the first time, Henry had crippling technical problems. Normally, the stream runs from 6:30 to 7:30 or 8 o'clock and sometimes goes later. But yeah, he hasn't been able to get it going. But he appears to be, if he's starting now, 2 hours after his scheduled start time, he's been real fucking persistent. And go young Henry with the persistence, really. Chris, less than 90 days to 2021. You got some big plans. Good. Yes, Arthur, the rumors are that Regional Vic is going to get restrictions relaxed quite a bit because they don't have much COVID in their community. Luke, you're planning a trip to Swan Hill, then COVID. Dude, a million plans got fucking derailed by COVID. My daughter was going to spend this year in Japan on exchange, and that got cancelled. On one level, it's probably lucky it got cancelled before she went. It would have been, mind you, Japan's ended up doing okay. It would have been super fucking stressful if she was over there and stuck there while this shit was going on. That would have just been fucking horrifically stressful. I mean, she was really cut up about this thing she'd been planning for ages. You know, it was an exchange thing with her university, and for it to just at the last minute fall over, it was just fucked, just heartbreaking. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Safa, good thing living in the bush. Less people, less disease. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens in the next couple of weeks. Safa, your friend went to Japan just before COVID. Did they stay? Or was it a visit? They were there and came back. Chris, getting married? Oh, you were going to get married. She left. COVID hit. Mindfuck. Jesus, dude. Yeah, no, dude, that's fucking hell. That's a real double whammy. Cancelled wedding and then COVID fucking everything up. Yeah. Fucking good on you for soldiering through. That's all kinds of fucked up. Yeah. But sorry, it was just for 2 weeks. There you go. They were like one of the last people to get a holiday in that case. You got a holiday just before everything went to shit. Luke, the V line goes from Adelaide to Swan Hill and on to New South Wales. You just want to catch it to Swan Hill. One day things will be relatively normal. But who fucking knows, man? It's like New South Wales haven't been able to sort of get off the razor's edge. They've been on the razor's edge for like a month or two now. Not a lot of cases, but they can't get a lid on things. This is a really contagious disease, and it's really fucking sneaky. And New South Wales is basically 2 bits of bad luck away from having shit as bad as Melbourne. Just with the population size and the prevalence of the virus, I reckon New South Wales only has to have, say, 2 things go wrong to get an outbreak on the scale of Melbourne's, in all honesty. Chris, you're good now? Got a beautiful life to look forward to? That is absolutely excellent. And Chris, you just want to ride commuter trains across the world. That's a great thing. Earth W, hello. Safa, 2 months COVID clear for Albury. Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, V-Line can't cross state lines now because there's all sorts of checks at the border. Yeah, look, you go to Melbourne, ride trams, ride trains. It's all different. Hello, Paul. How are you? Yeah, just getting a taste of different places is pretty cool, I think. Yeah, I mean, one time when I was in the States, I took a Greyhound bus from Las Vegas to Los Angeles, partly just for the experience. Like, I'm going on a bus trip in the States, fucking low rent. And also leaving Vegas on a bus, that's every desperate motherfucker who has blown all their money and has nothing left because the bus was really cheap. There were some fucking desperados on that bus, I tell you what. Jesus. And also when I was trying to save money, went from LA to San Francisco, and I was looking at flights, and there were 3 options. There was the main San Francisco airport. There was a secondary San Francisco airport that was cheaper to fly into. But then there was Oakland, which was cheaper still. And it worked out you'd fly into Oakland and you get the BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit train from Oakland to San Francisco. And most of the way it was on this elevated line. And, oh, man, I swear to fucking God, looking out the windows going over Oakland, I was like, this is every fucking gang movie I've ever seen. I know it's just hype, but I would not be comfortable walking those streets. Paul, you've taken trains from Sydney to Melbourne. I also have. I've taken a bus from Dubbo to Brisbane. You love the buses. And yes, Paul, John Barilano, however you pronounce his name, New South Wales National Leaders, is a total joke to the point of being embarrassing. Hey, Charlie, how you doing? Yeah, for those who missed the story, the junior coalition partner in the New South Wales government, the National Party, the Country Conservatives, decided they didn't like the Liberal Party's koala protection plan, as piss weak as it is. So you're saying the farmers can't bulldoze everything in sight? That's not right. And they went on this ridiculous thing of, oh, well, we're going to leave the coalition. We're going to sit on the crossbench as independents. But the ones who were in the ministry are like, but I'm going to keep my ministerial position. And it's kind of like they go, we can be shitheads, not give up our power, and most importantly, with the piggies with their nose in the trough, not give up their money, because you get paid a lot more as a minister than an MP. And I do not have a lot of time for Gladys Berejiklian, but holy fuck, she just slapped the Nationals into next week. Apparently she just like stormed like yesterday afternoon, stormed into a meeting with them and just said words to the effect of, I've never been more disgusted with you than the 3.5 years we've been working together. You either withdraw your threat or your letter of resignation is on my desk by 9 a.m. tomorrow. That's it. And walked out. No discussion entered into, no bargaining, just like, fuck you, you suck, get fucked, and out. And of course, the worthless, spineless jellyfish in the National Party caved because they were just bluffing, thinking they were playing big boy games. And the Premier just said, go fuck yourself. And they went, oh no! And they folded. They folded completely. And so they're absolutely pathetic. Like, they chucked a hissy fit over a stupid thing. They acted like complete shitheads in response to it. And then when their bluff was called and they were told to get fucked, they folded like a cheap suit. And it's just a thing of fucking beauty. Yeah, so they were bitch slapping each other with the bodies of koalas they kill. The idea that Gladys Berejiklian's a big koala savior is bizarre. Charlie, you were hoping the Nats and Libs would break up? Yeah, it's just the Nats are too fucking spineless. Here's Aidsy saying he's having technical trouble. Might expect to soon. Yep, okay. He's having technical trouble. Cest Lavy. It's probably really shitty internet in the hospital, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know if it was like Friendly Geordie's embarrassed Gladys Berejiklian into taking some koala protections measures after he made those videos calling her koala killer. Oh dear. Paul, that's brilliant. The Nats, the Sir Robins of Australian politics, Holy Grail. Brave Sir Robin ran away, bravely he ran away. Yes. Yeah, big bad ads. Was it Friendly Geordies who browbeat Gladys Berejiklian into doing it? It's a biggie. I bet he is going to make a video just fucking laughing at this. It is laughable. It's fucking ridiculous. It's really like I'm one cocktail and go, oh, I'm feeling it. Jesus, I'm going to get so fucking legalist tonight. Jesus. Braz, yes. Yeah, okay. Fridge, suddenly singing the song of your people. Why not? Charlie, you're going to struggle with your dodgy net? Okay. Oh my God, what the fuck is your problem, Fridge? Okay. I might start making a video when that fridge stops making noise. Fucking, what is it? The compressor that goes off? Sunbear, you're a fan of Geordie's? Yeah, good. Yes, Chris, get this. Oh, wait. Spoken too soon. It's the Aidsy man. Hey, brubs.
Hey, bruvs.
How you doing?
What am I doing? I'm licking my wounders.
What's been going down?
I'm licking my wounders. I'm trying to get this table set up because they've given me a new bed.
Oh, okay.
I think it's one that's easier to short sheet.
Oh,
God. It's actually one that's got a lock block there, so I can't move the table any further forward.
Yeah, that's okay. You're good, buddy. Chris, you want to know how many fridges I have? I have 2 fridges and 1 little freezer because, you got a family, got lots of stuff.
Yeah, that, and you're fucking rich.
Yes. I flaunt my riches with an excessive number of fridges.
Do you know how many fridges I've got?
How many fridges do you have?
An esky.
An esky.
Can't afford ice. I just stand in it in the winter.
No. Yeah, no, it's a bit thing. Big Bad Dads is scared you're going to tell more shit stories. No, that was a one-off. The world's biggest shit story was a one-off.
I haven't got that kind of shit in me anymore.
No.
That was really bad, and I didn't mean it.
That was pretty good. Paul.
No, I don't have that. I don't possess it.
Yes, that was the big liberation.
It was a one-off.
Yeah,
because it wasn't a one-off. I'd actually done a bigger shit 2 weeks earlier, and of course
that was the one you told me about. I didn't know that you had the same problem in the hospital.
Yeah, that was the one I told you about, and this bloody thing was a week and a bit old again. No, it was nearly 2 weeks old, and I was getting really worried about it, and I was sweating as this thing decided to turn up, and I'm not ashamed to admit it.
Yeah.
I tried to see if you could grab it and pull it out. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm just very lucky that my sink at home, sink is right up against the toilet. So I can actually just wash my hands. Like that.
Good.
Same thing happened in the hospital, except that it wasn't me grabbing it. It was a toilet paper malfunction.
Yeah.
Because the toilet paper hospital is a bit like A4. It's been sliced thin.
1 ply.
Anyway, then one before was even bigger. It was way longer. It was like 500 millimeters plus.
And that was without medical intervention. That was just you on your own.
That was just me and Elvis.
Sitting on the toilet. I should say, Liono, we've got a lot of fridge talk going on because I've got fridges and one's making noise. Liono says they have 500,000 fridges, but 499,999 are imaginary. But that's okay.
Take your meds, Lino.
Yeah, no. Well, Lino is old schools, remembering the old days with the mask. It was a simpler time. I don't know. That was when I was trying to work out what YouTube actually was. If I could,
your meds, Lino.
If I could go back in time, I'd only have to change a couple of things. Like I need to understand some certain things about where YouTube was going to go, and I could have been a big deal as the kids.
You could have made bank.
But I didn't understand where it was going to go, and I didn't.
No one believed me.
And basically,
no finish anything.
Just at the point things were kicking off for me, I should have dipped out of my day job for 6 months to grind hard on YouTube for 6 months. The first time I tried to do that was probably a year too late. But say la vie, I still got a day job, and that's good. Yeah,
and it wasn't a bad idea. It's just that a couple of things happened in succession that blew us out of the water. That weren't our fault.
Yeah.
And there's no use going back over it.
Changed a whole bunch of stuff, and I didn't adapt very well to the changes.
And also, too, fucking VidCon took off in a way that no one could expect.
My God. Sorry. Liono had the YouTube at the time, Leggett Turan. No, fucking hell. I do remember you. Jesus. Yes. That's the thing. People say old school YouTube channels. I almost always remember them.
That's not the guy that went around with a fish hook up his ass around his neck, is it?
I don't think so, no.
You sure? Look at around he's like... Oh.
I am sure of precious few things.
Because I'm not... My memory's not so great, but I'm pretty sure fish hook up neck. It was like, you know... Lionel, I'm just giving you shit. Please don't kill me. It's very easy to do right now. Trying to get myself sort of set up.
Yeah. So
I'm sort of not very cool.
Should we invite, because it's Friday night, it's traditionally party night.
Yeah.
Should we invite peeps into the stream?
Sure, why not?
All right. So anyone who's interested, I'm going to put the link for the stream. All you need is like a webcam. You can click and join. Yes, Paul, these days big YouTube stars are makeup gurus and hyperactive American millennials. Yeah. Oh, and Zoomers are on the rise. Yeah. Charlie, does anyone remember Blunty? Yeah, I remember Blunty violently assaulting his girlfriend, ripping off his fans.
I'm going to talk to him now.
Okay, so that's the link. So, yeah, anyone who wants to join can do this. Oh, no, ADS's resetting something and he's gone black. And I don't mean just in a not allowed into RSL clubs way.
Yeah, no, I'm still not allowed into RSL clubs.
Yeah. But, Luke, yes, fat Aussie bastard with his fraud charges for stealing from kitties.
Fuck you.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
That was hilarious.
Oh, I know, don't even have a Michael Cam anymore. That's okay. Charlie, you hung out with him back at cons in the day. Yeah, it's old time as a young teen. Yep. Okay. Not touching that with a barge pole, Charlie. Yes, I hung out with Blunty a couple of times too. Hey. Hi, Abigail.
Jason. Look at you.
Hello.
So, AZ, I don't know if you know that your screen's gone black, but anyway. Or I don't know if you can hear me. Paul, you don't.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Oh, sorry. Good, thanks. How are you?
Cool.
So it's my first time on the show, so
that's okay. You can go
streams at once. It's too hard.
And
Fox, so you can't hear me, or
Fox? Yeah, we can hear you, Paul.
Oh, cool.
Greetings, Fox of Fate. Greetings, Paul.
Hey. Hello.
Abigail.
Hello, greetings.
Make me smile, but in a good way. Not
is
in
is my voice coming through okay?
No.
Yep, loud and clear, Abigail.
I can hear you fine.
Oh, I know what it is. I've got the camera on an angle and the bed sits this way.
That's
so if you do this,
mate.
Makes me fall down the hill.
That's okay, AZ. We can accommodate that.
You're looking good, mate. I'm just going to see if I can get my boyfriend back.
All right. Hey, nobody. How's it going? Chris, you can stay in the chat. That's fine. Nobody's compelled to do anything. How's everyone's week been?
Oh, it's been good.
Yeah.
It's been a collection of days.
It has. It has been that. It's definitely been
Bring up one after the other.
Yep, they just keep coming.
Yes, they do.
After the
days keep coming.
Like a juggernaut.
Yeah. When this stupid fucking fridge stops making its compressor noise, I'm probably going to make my first cocktail video. But until then, we'll just...
I look like a sour bastard, don't I?
You look fine.
You look the normal AZ.
Yeah, it just looked like you might pick a fight at a bus stop or something. That's okay.
I nearly did twice today.
Yeah.
I had a blue with the doctor, and then the doctor nearly had a blue with me because I was swearing with my mother loudly about him.
Oh, yes. Okay. Lionel wants winter. It's too hot. Chris is in adjacent to all those absolutely horrific wildfires in America. He's hoping the weather will fix that. Lionel's
I'm better turn you up, I think. Because I can't hear a bloody thing.
This was my first cocktail. I just finished it, an apple walnut old fashioned. But I'm going to actually record making a cocktail for my YouTube cocktail channel. In case you don't know, during the fucking COVID lockdown shenanigans, I started a new YouTube channel for the first time in 10 years. So
What's it called?
Angry Cocktails.
Okay,
Of course, it's
I'll check it out.
Yeah,
great.
thanks.
I
man.
didn't know.
So, yes, I have been starting from scratch. Thanks, Chris. Glad you like the channel. I'm having fun. And of course, even though it's got angry in the title, I don't do anything angry. I just make cocktails.
I haven't seen a video with you truly in angry mode for a while.
Probably not for a very long time.
Yeah.
Certainly pre-COVID. I've only
Did you used to
done.
come on and just rant? Was that your thing back in the day?
I used to. I've only done one pre-recorded. That's not strictly true. I found that every video I was doing was about COVID and how people were acting, and I don't know. I just wasn't feeling it. And I did one shouty video about the protesters and what a pack of fuckheads they were. And the rest of the time I've just been doing the live streams because, I don't know, everything's a bit weird, that's all.
I have an announcement to make.
AD announcement?
I am going to refresh my screen. If I
Okay.
leave you, I will return.
Alrighty, good luck with that. I've been thinking, a joke I often make is like, you have no idea how good the videos I don't make are. Because I often get these ideas and go, I could do that, I could do that. And then I completely have no motivation to do it, and so it never gets made.
Do you write them down? Do you at least remember them?
I usually don't write them down, and AZ came back.
AZ is back.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Oxford. I appreciate being welcomed back. You'll notice that Angry Aussie only announced that I was back and didn't welcome me back. That's because we haven't been intimate for a long time. And that's not my fault, Angry. That is not
Nobody
my
joining
fault.
us as well. Hey, bud.
Take you up again.
Nobody.
I know
How you
where you're
going?
going.
Yes. Popped a brave pill and joined us. Good to see you, man.
Talk about Brave Pill. I produced a video telling my story, more or less. You know, highlights of my life, ups and downs. Those of you who know me know I'm in a church. It was played in both the morning service and the evening service. So the spotlight was on me all fucking day. Yeah. Aspies like me don't like that degree of attention. So when I did get home that night, I crashed hard. Lots of, lots of really bad time happening.
Used all your emotional energy. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I feel
everything. In
just
the
just hearing about that makes me want to go into a dark room and just cover my ears and just like have nothing for like 10 minutes.
I couldn't deal with that. I can't deal with that.
That's exactly what I did. Dark room for the rest
Aspies of the world unite.
Yeah.
Where you'll find some of those Aspies.
The whole stream. It's every.
This is like the official. This is the Aspie channel.
This is
The Aspie stream. Here we go.
You find
We just talk about Asperger's all night.
Okay, funny story.
Recovering from having too much attention. He is now curled into the fetal position and struggling for air. This may last several hours, and the Aspie must not be disturbed during this time for risk of personal injury.
So funny story. I joined you remember meetup.com?
Yes.
Joined a Melbourne Aspie group on meetup.com, and the first actual meetup, right? Like heaps of people said they were coming.
Yeah.
But what ended up happening was like a few brave people would say, "I'm here. This is what I'm wearing. Come and find me." and it turned out like half of us couldn't find the other half, and it was literally split. All the girls found each other and all the boys found each other, and we were at the same venue and we didn't know each other were there.
This is like a teenage school disco.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was going to say Aspie meetup would be interesting because you see everybody looking at the floor on their own.
Yep.
Yeah.
Playing with their phones.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I was there for like half an hour before I realized like, oh, that's that group over there. I'm just gonna awkwardly move over there and introduce myself.
I think the best thing to do is something like it's like that is have everyone work on a task or something like have the group come together to do a specific task. That probably breaks over the barriers. But just put a load of Aspies in a room and say mingle. It's terrifying.
That's good luck. No, you said the M word. Worse than the N word. Networking.
Yeah.
Don't use the N word. Boss of the house.
Which is really another way of saying sucking up to people who can give you a job, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they can give you a job. And if you could give them a blowjob, they'll still give you money. Boss of the house is more Aspie than me.
There I was, just relying on my CV.
And would hate me to say that, but he is. And when we go everywhere, he gets tired very quickly of talking with people and being social. And so he'll sidle up to me and punch me in the spine and say, "You do the peopling now." And stand slightly beside and behind me and play with his phone. And then I've got to be social for him. So I've got to go to his friends and go, "So, hey, cats, what's the haps now?" in the millennial way. And they'll all look at me going, "Who's this crusty old head?" And I go, "Well, fucking bend over and find out, you fag." And so I was the Aspie that got thrust into the spotlight when I was younger, and found that it was terrifying.
It is.
But kind of exciting.
It is, yeah.
A little bit like a roller coaster that doesn't have a seatbelt or a bar on it. If you can fucking hang on and not die, you'll do it again. A bit like skydiving. The parachute opened the first time, so it might the second time. And after years and years of doing it, it's quite the rush to get out there and basically go, all the people, and this is, people don't understand this about Aspies and stage, because there's a few Aspie performers, and what they don't understand is that all of the people, the fucking people that are fucking crushed together being people, are over there, off the stage, below you and away from you. And they can't get anywhere near you. They can't get closer than 4 meters away from you. And,
I've heard that before. The stage is a great place for solitude.
Usually further away.
That explains
in a neat group the fuck away from me, and I'm on my own, basically talking about whatever the fuck I want to, not being interrupted or talked over, and essentially I can go, this is kind of sweet. I'll just stand here for 45 minutes, collect several $100s, and leave these fucking normies laughing and soiling themselves and fuck off. And that is, I promise you, the Aspie lifestyle you're looking for.
That explains why
with hecklers and people like that.
I have no fear of public speaking, and that explains why. Because, like, if I'm like behind, like giving a lecture or giving a presentation, it's very formal. Like, I'm there, everyone else is over there. I know what I have to do. I've rehearsed it, and no fear whatsoever. Same as job interviews. I breeze job interviews because I'm just so like at ease because it's a very formal process. But put me in a bar with the crowd, and I'm like shivering in the corner, like, please go, please
What
go.
do I do next? What do I do next?
Yeah.
What do I do next?
Don't have to
And
work.
boss of the house is very much like that. If he doesn't know what to do next, he loses his fucking mind. Sometimes I'll go and prompt him and get a punch in the face, and he'll start, and he'll be fine after that. And sometimes he'll do something new and be freaking out, and he'll say, "Come and help me," and I'll go, "Okay, what can I do?" And he'll go, "Stand there," and he doesn't actually want me to do anything. He just wants me to stand there and be near him while he does the new thing for protection. And often this is in front of a computer. And a computer has not yet come out and actually bit me. I have punched many computers. They don't punch back.
Yes.
Rebooted them too, I'm sure, AZ.
I'm fucking sure I'm going to hit a screen.
Oh, we lost AZ.
Oh.
Oh, no.
I'm sure he was about to get to the bit about rebooting them too with actual boots.
Maybe he punched his computer.
No. Okay. I'm actually just making a drink for young Mr. Angry.
Okay.
I'm playing home barman. So now I'm going to have to... AZ's probably going to try... Oh, here he is. I thought he'd come back.
Yeah.
Here he is. He's back. He's back.
Welcome back,
He's
AZ.
back indeed. My internet shat itself. And
We thought you'd punched the computer.
Jesus, nobody has your monitor been on the whole time?
What, my camera?
Yeah.
Well,
Because
since I
I'm
started
only just
speaking.
getting an image of you now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Strange.
This hospital.
There's not much to see anyway. It's kind of grainy. My web camera is shit, and my lighting is behind me.
It's the hospital internet, buddy.
You're doing much better than me. I have almost no lighting.
I've only got the lights.
You want to see my name tag? Here's my name tag.
Mysterious.
Oh, right, okay.
I'd say.
There's my name tag.
There we go.
What's up, fella?
I'm seeing you in the dark.
What's up?
I'm thinking that sensation.
There's my name tag.
Right. If
That
I
name
could
tag
actually
is
touch things at the moment,
coronavirus.
because I can't actually touch anything because I have no sensation. That's yeah.
I have to get this cat a cat tower. Oh, see ya. I want to get her a cat tower, put it like right here so that she can like do her thing and not climb all over me.
Yeah, but
That'd be
still,
nice.
it's a good way to get attention, have an animal on you. I once had a muskox on my head during a video, and I was delivering a video, and all people wanted to know about was the muskox, and I was going, okay, lesson for the future: have exotic animals. I had an ocelot, but it kept on fucking biting me. No good. A puma, again, good animal to have, except that you've got to have a gun and shoot it halfway through the video. And no one likes to see the animal get shot. You start getting hate mail. Various different public organisations call you and they say, how dare you be rude to a pussycat? And you say, well, the pussycat was indeed trying to eat me.
You're next in line to be the Tiger King.
Yeah.
Yeah. My cat has a violent temperament. So much so that she has to learn what threats are. She knows what it means if I tell her I'm going to kick her ass.
Yeah.
That means stop biting the hand that feeds you dickhead.
Yeah. I had a cat.
Well, cats are the little divas of the animal kingdom.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I had a cat that wasn't mine, it was actually my wife's. And poor bloody thing died during one hot day when we went there. And bloody this thing had the most rude demeanour to it. It was vicious and unfriendly. And you go, why have a pet that just bites you and scratches you? And I'm
it's endearing.
with my wife. She insisted, this fucking cat had decided, okay, there's only one guy in this house, and one of us is dyslexic, and the dyslexic guy's staying. You're going, and I went, yes, but I'm paying rent. And the cat was turning around and saying, I eat mice, cunt. What have you got? Yeah. And I went, right.
Oh, there you go. There's a cute
that
cat.
Fucking cat carried this fight on for 7 fucking years. Until finally it went, you're not going, are you? And I went, no. And my wife won't kick you out. And it was going, all right. And then it came over and bashed its head against the side of my leg. Yeah. And said, scratch me on the chin. And I did. And I went, that's enough. And then...
Hi, Charlie.
That was our...
Hi, Charlie.
Hello, Charlie. And Ludo.
Hi, Ludo.
I heard...
Ludo, how you going?
Oh. What happened there?
Oh,
there we go.
Oh, he's gone.
You lost me?
Oh, there you are.
Oh, I'm back.
There you go.
I heard it's Aspie night.
I saw. I heard it was Aspie night.
There we go. Same cat.
So I had to come.
10 years later.
Absolutely, Charlie.
And
that's
Annette just came into the chat just in case you wanted to join. Annette, I posted the link above. And the link's for anyone. We can have 10 people on the stream. And there's a mere 7 of us on here now. Toby's joining. There we go. Toby, it's saying... Oh, there you go.
One thing that occurs to me is the more people we get on the screen, the smaller my face gets. That's a winner. Everyone won.
Toby, there you are, buddy.
Hi.
Hey, Andy.
I'm good, Toby.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Toby.
There you go.
Hello. AIDS, is it bad? For a second there, I thought you had a bowl of beer in your hand.
Just the vapor.
I was going to say, wait, why does AIDS have a beer? He's in hospital.
Yeah. I think
What, you can't have beer in hospital?
No,
A hospital is without beer is no hospital.
You can have fucking anything in hospital if you can fucking package it correctly. One guy, however, fucking tried to bring in heroin in fucking a dog food can. And then they stopped him. This is during the congratulation, right? What happens during the congratulation is there's no visitors allowed. So your people come, they drop your shit off at the table, and if you've left them anything, they pick their shit off up the table and they piss off. You're not actually allowed to meet. Myself and my guy accidentally met. We just turned up at the same time. It was like 1 in a million, right? And I got questioned for an hour by the boss of the hospital and 4 security guys about organising a clandestine meetup. Now, we talked together for a maximum of 45 seconds before she came out and said, no visitors, you've got to go. He didn't argue, he said, certainly, turned around and walked. And I said, look, this was a complete coincidence. So anyway, this guy fucking gets his heroin in the hospital, and this idiot fucking drug dealer delivers it in a can of dog food. And security goes, why have you brought dog food into a hospital? We don't have pets, and you don't have a service dog. And he said, oh, apparently, it's just gone through the hospital like, gossip. And apparently this guy said, oh, sometimes I get munchies in the night.
Dog food munchies. And Toby's back.
And they shaken this can of dog food, and they felt things move around and went, we don't think so. Found out that what they'd done, quite clever actually, and I've seen this done once before for a stage show. They'd opened up a can of chocolate pudding, dumped out the chocolate pudding, and cleaned it out in the dishwasher. Put the drugs back into the can, super glued the bottom of the can back on, and then wrapped a wrapper around the can the wrong way up. So you'd have to open the can with a can opener. And he the only label he could find that would fit was the dog food label. It just, it blows my mind. You could have found anything. It could have been a packet of Rinso. It could have been fucking matured goat's testicles. It could have been Finnish rotten fish. It could have been something from Yemen. And no
This
one.
guy's clearly not a criminal mastermind, is he?
Yeah. Another criminal mastermind story I heard was this group of cocaine dealers imported this F100, F500 truck from America, chromed, beautifully done. And what they'd actually done was stuck 180 kilos of cocaine in the oil sump of the truck. And the dogs went straight for this truck and were sniffing up the oil sump. And it wouldn't leave it alone. And so they unscrewed the oil sump, and fair enough, 180 kilos of fucking cocaine fell out. What they'd done was they put the coke in, and of course it's all sealed up. It's a gasket seal, and forgotten to wash their hands or the fucking sump cover when they'd finished. And the dogs went straight for it and just went, "There's cocaine in here." And the border security people went, "Nah, it's a car, nah. It's going to be driven away." And they found a false sump in there, and they reckon it could have been driven maybe 50, 60 k's before it needed an oil change. And that's not unreasonable. You could drive a car quite comfortably from Melbourne to Sydney doing that oil changing every 50 k's or 100 k's, and no one would be the wiser, and you'd have millions of dollars, but no, couldn't be bothered to wash their hands. And that's why I hate people from other countries.
That's right. Hey, I'm going to leave this to you kids for a little while. I'm going to make my first cocktail video. Lion-O is trying to connect, but it says they don't have any devices. Which is weird. No, here we go. Is Lion-O gonna try and connect? It's a mystery. There's a spinning wheel. The mystery. Oh, the suspense is killing me. Something happened.
Oh, it's Nick Gilliam from Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Yeah, it's low frame cam by
the
looks
dog
of it.
food reference.
Oh, I'm loving that.
There we go. We're seeing someone now.
Oh,
there we go.
There's a face.
There you go.
I've got lag better than pipe insulation.
All right, we'll see how that goes. Lion-O will either spring into life or probably drop out altogether.
Okay.
You're talking about bringing dog food in. That reminds me of a joke that I read in an email a while ago. The story about the Meaty Bites diet. Does anyone know that one?
No.
The what? Sorry.
Okay. It's called.
Never heard of it.
The story is entitled "The Meaty Bites Diet," and the way it goes is this person at the checkout waiting to be served has 2 large bags of Meaty Bites dog food. The owner, the person standing behind them says, "You have a dog, I gather." And to which the person replies, "No, the Meaty Bites are for me. They're part of my Meaty Bites diet to help me lose weight." Intrigued, the person says, "How does this work?" He replies, "Well, it's quite simple. I carry a handful of Meaty Bites around in my pocket. When I feel like snacking, I just eat 1 or 2 of them. It satisfies my hunger. They're nutritionally balanced, so it's good for weight loss. I've had to be off them for a little while after a short spell in hospital." Shocked, the person behind says, "Did you get poisoned by them?" He replies, "No. I was in the middle of the road licking my testicles when I was hit by a car. Of course I have to. Why would I buy Meaty Bites?"
Every time. I know a guy personally. In fact, I know 2 guys personally, but one of them is a bit boring. I know a guy personally who has a long enough dong and is tall enough so that he can auto-fillet. And I have always been intrigued by this and said, if you could auto-fillet, why would you leave your house? Why would you go to school? Why would you get a job? I mean, I personally know that I would just be there until I withered and died.
Different things for different people.
He said,
You'd get worn out eventually.
It's boring after a while. I'm going.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah. Is this something he shared with you in normal conversation? I'm intrigued how this came up.
What?
Sorry, is this something that you just shared in normal conversation? Oh, by the way, I auto-fillet.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I guess different things for different people.
He didn't prove that. The other guy that I was talking about that was a bit boring, he proved that he could auto-fillet.
Oh, he proved it. Okay, right.
That's spectacular. But he wasn't particularly well endowed, but he was amazingly flexible. He was a dancer. And, dancers and gymnasts, pro tip. Anyway, yeah.
And yogis.
Tangobis?
Yogis.
Oh, yogis, yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. There was that episode of Metalocalypse where they all take up yoga so that they could do that.
Right.
I'm due for a rewatch of that show. That was so good.
I heard about it, but I never seen it. And I heard that, there was some pretty good stuff on it. I always used to enjoy, and it was on late at night, and it was always underrated, Reno 911. Did anyone ever see that?
I've heard of it, never seen it.
I've heard of
Fucking
it.
hilarious. One of the
Seen
funniest
bits of
comedy
it.
shows I've ever seen. It's piss take of cops. And,
Isn't it on Netflix or something like that?
Sorry?
Isn't it on Netflix or something like that? Or
No. It was on ABC, and then
oh, okay, right.
10 picked it up, and then 7 picked it up.
Oh, okay, right.
It was, it was on SBS. Then ABC picked it up. Then 7. Then 10. And what was really nice was you could actually catch the whole 7 series by watching different channels and catch up. If you'd have missed it,
right.
you could actually
Share it back.
just get it.
I just spilled wine on my bed.
On different nights. So
Oh no!
they never.
Like some sort of multi-channel omnibus then.
No, not for you.
Is everything right with Charlie?
I can't
Yes, I see
see
you.
Charlie move, so unfortunately I don't know what happened there.
She spilled wine on her
Oh
bed.
my god, she's not going. Probably through the
Just try not to let the dog lick
Charlie,
it.
are you safe?
Yes, all good.
Assistance.
Alcoholic
Okay.
puppy.
Do you need police assistance? I'm just answer.
Just gonna
Hey, Bob.
clean up the wine
everything's
before the
fine.
dog licks it.
The dog is holding the gun.
Is it red or white?
Red on a
Oh,
white sheet.
bummer. Yeah, that's why I
That's
always
cool.
use
Cool.
black sheets.
That's fine.
So yeah,
I don't care.
Very, very funny show.
I don't care if it's stained. I just don't want the dog drinking it.
Okay.
I had a cat try and drink beer one time.
I tell you what, I think you're going to smuggle a bottle of fucking single malt into this hospital. I'm a little bit
Okay.
pooey because I had 2 big fights today and yesterday with doctor staff. And yesterday because they lied to me. Don't do that.
Yeah, that's a good way to piss off an Aspie. Oh, he's gone.
Where's
again.
AC gone?
I would not want to get in an argument with that dog. That is a big dog.
Indeed.
Weirdo. Come on, lie down. Stop it. No, sit down.
Angry probably won't be able to let
We're gonna
AC
have it
back in.
tonight.
No.
Sit down.
Well, not while it's filming, no.
Yeah, AD's gonna. We'll have to wait for AD.
Is AZ in the chat? Is he able to respond from there?
I don't think.
Ludo's being silly right now, so I'm going to put him out with a bone until he calms down.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Come on. Come on.
I think Angry's rejoined us. AZ dropped out, Angry, so he's not rejoined us.
No. And Angry's walked off.
Huh.
Pure drama right now.
Look at that, all the introverted Aspies are together.
Now, I was just saying about what AZ was talking before about the guy who who said he could auto-fillet. It reminds me of one of my old flatmates when I was living in the UK, and she used to say that if she ever bought a vibrator, she'd never leave the house.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, you do go numb eventually.
I wouldn't know.
I have.
There's diminishing returns. The more you use one.
Yeah, it's like weed. You got to take a break.
I have never looked at any piece of male genitalia and thought, "Yep, I'd like to stick that in my gob." It's just never. I've never ever looked at a penis and said, "Yep, lollipop." No,
it's funny you should say that, because I was having this exact conversation with my 15-year-old son today, and and I was saying pretty much, how do you know you won't like it? And yeah, like if you've never done it, you've never seen every penis in the world. You know, you might see one and say, that is the most beautiful penis I've ever seen. That's going in my mouth right now. You don't know?
Just give him a book full of penis pictures and get him to pick one.
Sorry, what was that?
Just get him a book full of penis pictures and say, pick one.
Well, there's a bookstore near where I live that has such a book.
Okay.
Hares and Hyenas.
Catabate or whatever sites people use these days.
Oh, well. It's always Pornhub.
It'd be wondering, is it a penis that I'm supposed to want to eat, or is it one that I'd like to swap with?
See, that's a
reasonable question.
Out of my area of expertise.
At what level can we take this conversation before YouTube flags this channel?
This is Andrew's channel. We better behave.
Yeah. Don't be letting me on again.
Just tone it down a little bit. Well, silent.
Yeah, she's so clingy today. Come on. Yay.
Just a conversation in chat.
Oh, sorry. Why don't you say hello, Bella?
It's a kitty.
Meow. No, she just wants hugs.
Yeah, that sounds like a definite no.
Cats love the attention.
Yeah.
It's just like attention horse.
She's the clingiest cat I've ever met. Oh, hello.
We need AIDS back.
Yeah, I sometimes put YouTube videos on of like the cat specific YouTube videos. So they're like videos of birds eating seed and just like outside the backyard you can see little mice, and Bella loves it. She's so like she will stare at the screen for hours watching this stuff. Maybe I should put that on. I've got my laptop over there. I think I'm going to do that. Then I can, because I'm playing a game as well. So
I've missed out on having pets. Like my dad used to hate us. He used to hate animals when we were growing up, so we were never allowed to have a pet. I think I had 2 rabbits, Chip and Dale, and that's the closest. But I couldn't get a cat or a dog or anything like that. You know,
as long as when he gave you the rabbit, didn't say don't get too attached, I'll be on the dinner table by Christmas.
Rabbits are very illegal where I live.
They're very illegal.
Very illegal.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do you live somewhere? Do you live somewhere very rural then, or?
No, it's just her state is strict.
Just
Rabbits
Queensland.
are considered pests.
Oh, Queensland. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Fox knows.
I got an auntie who used to work on the show circuit, and she found a rabbit, a white rabbit, a large white rabbit with bright pink eyes, and of course, no one claimed this rabbit. So she took it into the vet to have it, de-sexed, and they're going, right, well, we can't book this in as a rabbit, so we'll call it a long-eared guinea pig. So away she went with her de-sexed long-eared guinea pig.
Yep, that sounds like a good.
I imagine that she brings friends round, and they say, "Oh my, that's a very nice long-eared guinea pig you have there."
Yes, the long-eared guinea pig loved chewing up the phone line too. That was great fun.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
I remember.
I loved leaving pellets all over the floor.
Yes, it did.
I used to have pet ducks, and they were Peking ducks, so they were quite large. And I raised them from like 1 day old, like just hatched. And one of them was sick. Like fortuitously, 2 doors down was a specialist bird vet. So here I go, carrying a duck under my arm, walking down a residential street to this bird vet, and I walk in, and there's like a couple of people with budgies, and in I walk with this giant duck, and it's just the best. There was one dude with a budgie who felt so inadequate, and you could just see him go, oh, like this, and it was just the funniest. And the bird vet loved it because it wasn't a budgie or some sort of parrot or something. It was like something new. Yeah, it was great. My poor duck
has to make this joke about did he smuggle the budgie? Someone had
God,
to.
No.
Well, I could see the budgie, so there was no smuggling.
He hadn't smuggled it at that particular time.
No.
Yeah. No, he's just smuggled it on the way to the shop, on public transport.
Yeah.
Doing a Tony Abbott.
Yes, it was a terrible joke, but it had to be made. Talking about terrible jokes, yeah, he's a terrible joke.
He is, actually. He's now gone off to the UK to become like their trade ambassador.
Oh, yes,
as a Brit, I'm actually quite. I feel happy to get rid of him from Australia, but I feel I've dumped him on my brethren.
Another job that he's incompetent at.
They weren't very happy with him either when he talked about Australians should just let nature take its course with its senior citizens. The English have gone, shut up, you fuckwit.
Yeah.
And Australia's gone.
He seems to be a way of attacking. Yeah, he seems to have gotten everyone's nerves in the UK, but he's still got the job because Boris loves him. So,
Boris Wood is a fucking Tory.
He is, actually. He's also another person who failed into better and better jobs,
Yeah, like our Prime Minister.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, he'll probably end up being like King of the Universe somehow.
Speaking of Star Trek, the latest episode of Lower Decks actually has just a one-off character fail upwards up the chain of command.
Right.
Yeah,
that's exactly how ScoMo got into power. He just
that is absolutely true.
Considering how bad he was as immigration minister and how bad he was as treasurer,
and transport minister.
Yeah, basically, he's just been one.
Like tourism went down when he was tourism minister.
Yeah,
like
he's just there because people don't like Peter Dutton, really, or people don't like Peter Dutton more.
The racist potato.
Is it who else here is was disappointed when Peter Dutton survived that COVID?
Very.
We had one chance, and the potato lives. Damn it!
I'm gonna use a quote by Mark, or attributed to Mark Twain. I have never wished death on anyone. However, I have taken great pride in reading some people's obituaries.
Yeah.
Yep.
I say that way too often. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think Dutton would be far more likable if he was doused in a flammable liquid and set alight.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Or strapped to the side of an ICBM.
At least he would be useful.
Yeah.
You could warm your hands.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it would smell unbearable. All that toxic waste. Very, environmental disaster.
Yeah, I think that there's not a lot that Peter Dutton could do to be useful, really, apart from, I don't know.
Well,
I can't think of anything. Sorry.
Yeah, you mentioned strapping him to a ICBM or something. I think next time there's a conflict in another country, strap him to the next bomb and drop him on them.
Yeah, that's it. We could strap him to the side of one of those American drones.
Yeah.
Oh God! If Dutton was PM, I wouldn't be living here anymore.
Emigrate.
In New Zealand.
But then
he's such an evil piece of shit.
The thing is, I'd say the same thing too, but then I'd have to put with Boris in the UK or something, or our list of inept politicians, Michael Gove, there's a load of them.
If I wasn't living here, I'd be living in like New Zealand or Canada, I reckon.
New Zealand.
Well, they seem to value integrity a little more than our politicians.
Yeah, and by saying that you mean by some, like an actual amount, like whereas our politicians is zero.
Yeah,
I think we have the same problem I think Australia has the same problem that the UK does, which is over promoting, privately educated, idiotic Rhodes scholars.
Yeah, the boys' club.
Yeah. I mean, I remember reading an article about Tony Abbott when he was at Oxford, and he spent his time trying to suck up to Prince Charles when he met him once.
Of course he did.
And later on, he tries to give Prince Philip a knighthood. Well, he gives Prince Philip a knighthood. I mean, couldn't get any worse. He's trying to join the House of Lords or something, I think.
I think when he did that, Australia as a whole just face palmed, at once.
Yeah.
It was just such a cringe moment.
For a split second there, I
sure.
thought you were going to say he gave Prince Philip a hand job.
I'm sure he wanted to.
I wouldn't be shocked.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, I think that was in the unofficial memoirs.
Yeah.
But you say that, but we did have Piggate some years ago, so it's not above politicians to do stupid things like that.
Did that come out before or after the Black Mirror episode?
It came out after.
After, okay.
I believe. I can't remember. I think it was after the whole David Cameron. Do people know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
That was hilarious.
Also,
and this is why you don't join dodgy. This is why you don't join dodgy drinking societies at university.
Yeah.
There are enough avenues to drink without having to go down that road.
True.
So I think it's just killed the conversation. I apologize.
No, it's all good. This is a really long video that Andrew's making.
Yeah,
it is a bit. Yeah,
he's probably doing multiples.
He is.
I feel bad
he
for
fluffed his
Adrian.
lines and he has to do it again.
Something, and he dropped out and he can't get back in. I don't think.
It's a way for him to make more and more cocktails we can enjoy.
Hello?
Hello? Sorry, I was distracted.
I just look in the comments there. Safa's made a good comment. If Dutton was PM, I'd move back to Russia.
Yeah.
It's like Dutton or Putin.
Well, they're both They're both tyrant dictators and totalitarian
they are,
pricks.
Yeah, but at least Putin has Novichok.
Did he finish his bow?
Dutton's like universally hated. Like, I mean, I'm not saying Putin isn't, but at least Putin demands respect. Dutton just doesn't. He's just a blunt instrument.
Yeah, but ScoMo demands less respect.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, they both have the faces that you want to punch, but ScoMo more.
Oh yeah. It's tough competition, I think. You know, to punch ScoMo or punch Dutton, I really don't know who I'd hit.
I don't know. I'd probably the only politician I'd punch more would probably be like George Christensen or something like that. But you know,
yeah, Dutton is like just evil, whereas ScoMo is just incompetent. He's just so mediocre and below average.
I think he is.
Whereas Dutton is like slimy and yeah.
Oh no! I think ScoMo is kind of evil in his own way. Certainly, when he was immigration minister, he was properly evil.
I guess, yeah.
Yes.
I wasn't into politics back then.
Dutton keeps Australian-born kids in Christmas Island.
Yeah.
Here he is.
No, it's a puppy.
Yeah, but Dutton's basically Voldemort. Sort of like
Charlie's dog. Maybe we can put Charlie's dog in Dutton's space. In Dutton's seat. People notices the dog is better looking.
Ludo for PM.
Well, you can do that. You can do that now with like deep fakes and stuff.
Yeah. The only
There's
reason
like an app for it.
The dog's got better nature and the dog's better looking, so that people might notice.
They're probably a better politician as well.
Yeah,
the dog will get more votes in the general election.
Yeah, yep. I'd vote for the dog.
Yeah, I would.
Let's be fair, we'd vote for an actual potato over Dutton.
Yep. I think most of us would vote for an actual potato over Dutton.
Yeah.
An actual
Where is Dutton's seat? I just want to know which Dutton's seat is. I mean, who would vote for him anyway? I mean, like, what's his for the electorate?
Somebody needs to abduct Dutton, tie him up somewhere, and replace him with a potato. People will just simply stop talking for a while.
Yeah, no one would notice.
Dutton used so many dirty tricks and almost outright election fraud to win his seat at the last election.
Yeah.
It was just slimy and awful.
Wait,
he tricked people into voting for him, literally, with his campaign material. He made, like, a lot of it he made look like official electoral commission stuff. Some of it he made to look like Get Up stuff. Like, he used their styles in his campaign material, which is just like borderline electoral fraud. Well, I mean,
he should be in jail.
The Liberal Party have watered down electoral law so much that, you know, they'll cop a slap on the wrist and that's it.
Yeah.
All right.
Welcome back.
Oh, wait, AZ dropped out.
Sorry, Grilled.
Had to wait.
Hello, AZ.
Welcome back, mate.
Welcome back.
Oh, goodness me.
You
So I
were
made
something when you dropped out before.
colada variation. Instead of rum, this one's got green chartreuse.
Can I come back in, please?
You are in. What are you talking about?
You're in, mate.
We're back in.
None
Okay,
of
he
us have
can't
the
hear.
power
There's
to.
something wrong
Yeah.
at his end. Although that's a nice dance he's doing. This
Oh,
one
yeah.
has absinthe in it.
Ooh.
So
Must have really bad
And
lag.
what?
look at him. He's all exasperated and shitty. You're in. You are in it, you fucking clown.
Oh,
Oh, where's he gone now?
He's dropped out again. I don't know if he'll come back.
Maybe it's just the hospital Wi-Fi or something.
It probably is the Wi-Fi.
I mean,
Oh, he's trying again. He's trying again.
Wi-Fi isn't their priority, to be fair.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, but most.
Yay!
You were in
Welcome back.
before. You were apparently just not aware of it.
Yeah, I was. Unfortunately, when you went off to do the cocktail bit, the fucking moment you went off, about 2 seconds later, I crapped out.
Ah, well.
I came back in and been sitting in the waiting room waiting for you to finish your vid and listening to the conversation, which has been riveting. And unfortunately, there was a conversation about the best dick ever seen. I missed that.
Best dick anyone's seen.
And
Is that
there
what
was a
you're talking
conversation
about?
on a long-eared guinea pig. And I was going to say, the best dick I've seen in a long-eared guinea pig, I had to fillet.
Right.
But you can get in trouble for that in some states. Not in Tasmania.
Some states. Okay.
Yeah, Queensland.
And Queensland. Except you're not allowed to have a long-eared guinea pig.
Oh no, he's gone again.
Oh no.
Oh,
He's going to be in such a shitty mood. Oh, well.
yeah.
And then we're
It's
going
quickly mentioned
who
long-eared
did-
guinea
who did
pig,
he-
and that's like
At least
Who
it's
did he
not me
mention?
this time.
long-eared guinea
Well-
pigs, I think.
He's trying again, but he's going to be in a really harumphy mood. He's trying again. There you go.
So,
Well,
This is a struggle.
yeah. I'm, I don't know if I'm having trouble with the download or the upload.
You just
I'm
keep
going to
dropping
try
out.
something in a minute, and it's going to either make everything really good or really, really bad.
Okay.
Is there a way
So,
to compromise the quality to save bandwidth?
Probably.
I don't
You
know.
know,
What
how-
is in
how-
your head,
Good
Paul?
point. Good point. I'm actually going to go and
It's all right.
destroy my network.
It's actually I'll tell you in a minute.
Okay.
It's like a cuddly toy dinosaur thing that I occasionally use as a pillow.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
I have a
You can all
giant
use
duck
dinosaurs as pillows sometimes.
with,
It's like a so, yeah, there it is. It belongs to my sister-in-law, and we kind of left it here because they've got lots and lots of cuddly toys at their place.
Well, AZ trying yet again. You're a persistent lad. I'll give you that.
Am I
Or
not?
do
He's
you not?
probably- You're probably bored shitless. No wonder you'd keep trying.
Yeah.
Am I?
Yeah.
Am I back in?
I'd be
I
pretty
don't
good.
blame you.
Yeah. Well, can you hear us?
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Can hear you fine.
You.
Yeah, you're
Shall
fine.
I show my penis just because I want to?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's not very good.
You might
I
get
haven't
flagged by
mentioned
Angry
AZ
stream.
can't hear us.
And I'm a bit miffed because I've been waiting an hour for pain meds.
Yeah.
That's not a good
Can you hear us? That's not clear.
I can hear you, and in fact,
Okay.
the quality of the
Okay.
download has improved a million percent by
there
going
you go.
back on the Wi-Fi network they have here in the hospital, which is
Yeah.
usually the shit, as in the smelly shit, not the shit as in the bomb.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
right,
I've gone
yeah.
back on the Wi-Fi, and I understand the StreamYard actually enjoys the Wi-Fi better than the 4G.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that this will carry me through until season's end. Can't believe
hope so
I
too.
missed out on the long-haired guinea pig penis story. Because, you know, when you've seen a long-haired guinea pig penis, the first time you go, second time you're going, don't think this, just don't think it, stop. And third time you go, I have to give in to my obsession. I have to give in to my craving. The heart wants what it wants.
Yeah.
Sometimes the long-eared guinea pig doesn't. And you've got to use various different pieces of leather, bindings and tape to.
Have you ever mentioned this to the RSPCA?
Long-eared guinea pig to want what you want.
Yeah.
It's
the terrible joke we used to tell at school about why you have to have the masking tape with you.
Yeah. I was sort of going to go there, and I thought, don't go there. I was going to go there graphically.
Just thinking, if you go back in time.
Draw pictures.
Go back in time to the terrible jokes we would tell in the schoolyard all the time, with like the attitude of some people when you make a joke about the Bhopal disaster the day after it happened, and someone goes like, you're cancelled. And you just be like, what? What?
No,
I remember when.
sit down.
There's also some pretty rough jokes in uni. The day after the
Yeah.
first shuttle disaster, a friend of mine and his evil friend had a party where they had a bonfire and a shuttle with matches at the end.
No.
And they lit it, and then the shuttle goes into the bonfire. And that was the day after the fucking thing blew up. And it was like, oh, you sick fucks. And
I remember
this was before I turned up. And when I heard about this, I thought, that's great. By the end of the time, I was in uni as a proper comic. I went, shit, I wish I'd have done that.
No.
Because comedy makes it very hard.
I remember actually when I was when Diana died, we had loads and loads of sick jokes about that.
I am often greeted by a friend of mine who was a comic. He got out pretty early actually, and he said the first time he met me was backstage at the ESPY, and the news got around that Diana died, and I was up and coming at that point and pretty ambitious, and everyone said, "Oh, Diana died," and I said, "Apparently." Well, did anyone know her personally? No one said. Everyone said no. Well, fuck her. First one on the jokes got it, and and some bastard got on before me and fucking nailed it. And I went, you mother, because I had a craft. Everyone was crafting their Diana joke.
Yeah.
Because she was famous enough to not give a fuck about. When someone dies, you don't straight away fucking tell jokes about them. But if they're royal,
hey, Lee's here.
Famous, you go nuts. It's
just
like
Prince Andrew died.
Trump in 6 days, fucking dying in the election. Hilarious.
I'm gonna have to put him out again.
He'll be worse than Bush.
Hi, Lee.
Hello.
I need to put him away because he's being silly.
Well, yes, he seems like he's really trying to mess things up for you there, Charlie. It's all good.
Why don't you sedate the dog? If you put a little bit of petrol in his ears, it calms right down.
Opium in his dog food.
Not for dogs. Never give dogs opioids because they die straight away.
I actually didn't need you to tell me that, but that's okay.
No. You can give cats opioids, but you cannot give dogs opioids because they immediately die.
Don't give cats crack cocaine because you think they are badly behaved as it is. A cat on ice is no good.
A cat on ice or cocaine is a motherfucker. They run around the place tearing shit up. They'll jump on you and scratch crap out of you because they're tripping balls, remember? I mean, imagine this, right? You do a cheeky line or two, you feel great. If someone gave you a 3-ounce bag and said, get through that or I'll kill you, and you did that,
where did I put that ball?
Where is my mind? I think I need to burn down that house. Is it mine? And you'd be doing shit like that. And that's what's happening to the cat. Because you've got to think of relative body weight and relative metabolism. And dogs... Cats, Jesus. His cats are funny. And we had a pussy cat in college, in uni. I'd actually finished by this time. I was in a share house with these rough as guts girls. Who knew 4 of them turned out to be lesbians? And they got themselves a kitten, much against my wishes and the landlord's wishes. And they took the kitten to the pub because everybody would think that was cute. And then they took the kitten to the pub a few times, and everybody thought it'd be funny to watch the kitten drink some beer. Anyway, the kitten used to find its way back to the pub almost every night. And occasionally we would get phone calls, come and get your cat, it's paralytic.
Yeah.
And then come down there and the cat would be just sprawled on the bar, just fucked. And it'd see its owner and go, I love it so much. And it'd put its arms up for a big hug. And put it on a shoulder to go home. and it'd be like, I love you. Listen, shut up. Listen, shut up. Listen. I gotta say, shut up. Listen. And it'd come home and it'd yowl. This really gentle yowl, like it was just talking all night. And eventually, the cat went to the pub and drank so much that it hurled all over the bar. And the pub owner said, "Do not bring or allow the cat to come to our pub anymore." So we had to. We had to keep.
Is this like the Amy Winehouse of cats?
Yeah, I know, right?
He's pretty much the Amy Winehouse
We
of
had to
cat.
keep the cat in the house for 2 months, and this fucking cat went through withdrawals. And so I'd come home after work with a beer, and it'd come right up to me going, dude, share. And I'm going, dude, you're on the wagon. And hello.
And the cat wouldn't understand that. All it knows is give me what possible, I like.
That would be good.
Yeah,
Thank
true.
you very much.
Cats only know gratification. Yeah.
Animal abuse. That's horrible.
That is actually a very bad thing to have done. Yes.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Can I just point out,
like it could have died.
An hour and a half for a pain pill.
But you're getting it.
Angry will tell you how pleasant I get when I'm fucking strumming up in pain.
Yeah. But the way you're so excited now, it's like there's an old Dave Allen joke. I won't do it the long version he does, but it's like the priest talking to the men in the parish, and it's like a men's personal growth thing. And, you know, how's your relationship going? And the priest says, how many of you have sex with your wives every night? And a couple guys put their hands up. And he goes, okay, how many have sex with your wife every other day? A couple put their hands up. How many have sex twice a week? Quite a few put their hands up. You know, how many once a week? Quite a few put their hands up. And is there how many once or twice a month? The last couple put their hands up, and except one guy hasn't put his hand up yet. And the priest keeps going, and the guy's really excited. And the priest goes, once every 6 months? No. He gets to, how do you have sex with your wife once a year? And he jumps up and he's going, yes. And he's going, why are you so excited? Because it's tonight. And it's
oh no!
That's his pain pill as far as.
But also don't expose your pets to weed smoke either.
Was a guy.
That's also not good.
Gets pissed at
I knew someone who did that with his pet cat. It was just awful.
Yeah, it can kill them.
Well, my favourite Dave Allen joke ever was a guy gets pissed at a pub and decides to take the quick route home through the graveyard, and he just, unbeknownst to him, falls into a freshly dug grave that's going to be used in the morning for a funeral, and it's raining and muddy, and he's going into it and going, oh shit. And he tries to climb out of this grave, and he just can't get a footing. He can't get out. He's been there for fucking hours. And another guy from the pub fucking rolls in, falls in the grave. And the first guy says, you'll never get out. And the first guy did. Second guy did. I fucked it up, but you got the idea.
Oh yeah, you got the joke.
You really
I should have been paying attention.
You'd walk on water to get home.
Stella was driving. If Stella's promising us, if the nickel smelter is doing a slag pour, she's going to jump off the stream and show it to us. So that's that we've had for a while.
Great. They're highly toxic. And I seen one in Wollongong for a copper slag pour, and it was beautiful. And I said, "Oh, it's all green and it's fucking orange, and there's fireworks." And all the locals went, "Yes, and it kills us with cancer." And I went, "Time to be quiet now."
Oh, that's a real buzzkill. They had to bring the mood down like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because everyone went. like that because they weren't supposed to do it, but they used to do it late at night. And of course, we were at a party. This is like 2 and 3 in the morning, and they did this big slag pour, and it came out this huge chimney, woomph, up it came, and it was gorgeous. It was really gorgeous, and of course, it was Wollongong, so I didn't give a fuck. It was giving me cancer. Closer to Dapto,
everything in Wollongong gives you cancer.
The only good thing about Dapto is the blowhole, and you think you could bury a body in there.
Hey, Kirsten.
Yay!
Hello.
That's a lot of boxes
Welcome to
behind
Box
you.
Hell.
Yes.
It goes all the way back.
Oh my god.
Oh, whoa.
I go all the way
What, are
back
you
to.
moving or something?
That reminds me of a nightmare I had.
Do you call it Box Hell? Because that's what I call it.
No,
Box
I was signing an album of mine, and then the guy said, "Can we go have dinner before you get home?" I'm like, "Yeah." What's your name? And he's like, "I'm David Chapman." And I'm like, "Oh crap, who am I?" It's like, "You're John Lennon." I'm like, "I want to wake up right now." And then he shot me.
But mind you, John Lennon probably had conversations like that. Go, wait, who am I? You're John Lennon. Oh, that's cool. Right.
Well, the Beatles were on a lot of drugs at one time.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I jumped into earlier. Do you know I had once a dream when I was 17 years old, and I was sitting at a table, and it had George. Oh, I'm just going to be paused for a second. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate it. Here's my badge number. I am Ethan.
Oh, look, I'm just going to mute.
Yeah.
But he's going to be much happier when they see to him. It's at 10 o'clock. Oh my god. Okay, I finished my 2 pina coladas, and I'm still conscious, so I'm reasonably happy with that. Was an ounce
So,
and a
Angry,
half.
the reason I'm so late to stream is obviously Henry had like serious technical difficulties today.
Mm.
And then we had another drunken cowboy situation, and it just went sideways, and it was amazing. It's almost like his Friday night guests just get really, really wankered.
Yep. They're a
Is
bit
that
loose Friday nights.
You mean a literal drunken cowboy?
Oh, hang on a sec. I muted AC because you were doing stuff. You're back now. No. Interesting. In one of the live streams, Henry's guest was wearing a cowboy hat, and
he was
absolutely scuttered, and everyone in the chat was just going, "Drunk cowboy is the best." And
oh no!
And who's that girl he had on? She called herself a bad bitch, and she went a bit sideways too, which was very entertaining.
The girl from ODB or the Japanese episode.
I missed
the Japanese episode was worse than the girl from ODV.
Yeah. No, I was thinking of the O to V one. I left the Japanese one comparatively early, so you told me later it went very sideways.
I think he's learnt his lesson because he stopped giving them 6 cocktails. He only gives them 4.
Only gives them 4. Cool.
I don't know if this is going to fit now. Anyway, I was 17 years old and had a dream.
Right.
And George from the Beatles and Cool Hand, what's his name? Fucking guitarist. Probably best guitarist in the world.
George Harrison.
Yes, George Harrison and his mate. They swapped wives.
Eric Clapton.
Thank you, Eric Clapton. They were sitting with me at dinner, and I said, "Hey, what's the chance of you guys playing together?" And I was shattered. And they looked at me and they said, "In 4 years, you will see us playing together, and one of us will be dead." And I went, "Oh God, that's a bit fucking dark." And of course, what happened was the internet came on, and fucking they remixed and had George Harrison playing with Eric Clapton, and George Harrison was dead.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'm clairvoyant, and you can all go and get fucked. And if I'd have managed to turn that into something, recorded it, or chosen something useful to do with it, I'd be a wealth church by now. But no, I didn't. I'm just an old comic ped instead of a rich fucking religious ped. So I'm disappointed in myself. I'm disappointed in you.
Sorry, AC, do you ever have any... AC, do you ever have any dreams where you pick lotto numbers? Can you share them with us, please?
I will. I fucking will.
All right, cheers.
I watched a really interesting fucking anime involved story. But a kid could jump back in time, and every time he did this, he went a little bit blind, and the kids who grew up with this power were operated on by the government, and they were dissected and fucked over. And so this kid goes back in time with his friends, and they get every single horse race and lotto and fucking gambling that they can, and they make a bucket of fucking shit ton of money, and they put it into this centre for kids like them with powers to keep them safe until they grow into their adulthood and they lose their abilities, and the government doesn't chase after them anymore. And then the last and tragic episode of this is that his youngest brother has the ability to go and take powers off the kiddies, and he's sent on a world trip to go and take all the powers off the kiddies, so the government's had nothing to research. And his brother has to jump back in time 3 times, and the last time he does it, he is utterly and totally blind. And before he does it, he says, I want to see that photo again in the big magnifier. He's got the big magnifier, and he spends half an hour doing it. He says, okay, let's go, and does it, and that's it. He's totally blind, and his sister, the middle child, says, "Oh, there's this great photo of us," and she's describing it to him because in her mind, he's always been totally blind, and he's just sitting there going, listening patiently to this photo he's just seen. And of course, our hero wins and goes back and finds his true love. One of those weird series where right in the middle it fucking flips. You know how you watch anime and you think, it's this thing, and then in the middle it just flips right round, and you just realise it's a completely different thing. And it was always leading up to that, but you didn't see it. And I just thought it was a simple weekly adventure thing, and they'd go and solve detective problems, and then it turned into this deeply political and troubling philosophical idea. And I was thinking about deeply troubling philosophical ideas, and Donald Trump, in 5 or 6 days, he's got to win a federal election. And there are pundits out there who say he just fucking might. The guy has almost personally killed 190,000 people, and he might get back in. That blows.
Oh, I think there is a good chance he'll get in. He's not right. I mean, people wrote his chances off in the last election, and the truth is, there are a load of Republicans out there who will never admit to voting for him, but will vote for him anyway.
It's safe to assume he'll win. It's less depressing if you expect him to win. Just to say, Agro Pixie in the chat said, here to catch the last of this. No. It's Friday night. I'm going to be here for quite a while yet. Who knows exactly how long, but quite a while. And in fact, I'm going to...
Bundaberg is a really nice ginger beer.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Definitely.
Rum too. It just it starts fires.
Look, I'm going to drop off anyway, but have a great night, all right? It's been a real pleasure speaking to you.
Take care, Paul.
Nighty night.
All right, no problem. Take care.
And,
Cheers. Have a great evening.
You too, buddy.
Cheers.
Well, that's made the download a bit easier. Fuck's sake. Yeah. So I also was told about Putin by an actual Russian. And I said, how the fuck does Putin get back in? He's like a total fucking dictator. He's virtually made himself emperor for life. And, you know, by doing this fucking swapsy with president, prime minister. And, you know, very neat trick. And basically he said the Russians fucking love him because he's dragged them out of the shit in the 90s after communism. He's basically all about Russia will be great again, you know, Raga rather than Marga. You know, that doesn't work, but I just thought you should know that. What's scary is if you run Trump's campaign next to Putin's campaign, they're almost a photocopy. You know how we looked at Trump's campaign and went, that is ridiculous. Putin's campaign is that. It's basically, we're going to make Russia great again. We're going to be the biggest military power. We're going to put more money into military. The Americans are pissed because they thought they had Russia done, and now they've got to put more money back into Russia. And they've told all of their secrets about how they were spying on Russia. And Russia's closed all the holes. And now they've got to use some special and tricky little things. Russia has turned around and said anyone who's gay has been put there by the Americans to water down the manliness of Russians so that they will fight less vigorously. Therefore, they have to be either locked up or re-educated. And, the re-education camps are exactly what you think they are. And there are around 2,000 of them, this Russian was telling me. And I just said, I'd be terrified because I would get caught badly. Jesus, I was caught like 5 fucking times. I was caught by a priest. Which was good because I was fucking him, and the priest cried because he thought I was the only one.
What a time to unmute the stream.
This one's really nice.
Yeah, I've tried that.
The Christmas edition.
There's also I think it's ginger and lemon myrtle. Something in
Yes,
lemon myrtle.
that one's good too.
I haven't tried that. Is it ginger with spice in it, or is it just the simply ginger and lemonade?
All right.
Which one? What was the question, AZ?
The ginger lemonade. Is it the
ginger and lemon myrtle?
Just the ginger and lemonade.
It's lemon myrtle flavour, not lemonade.
Ginger and lemon myrtle.
Nice. I might give that a go. Blank me. Angry, I've got to go.
Okay. So, okay, he's got to do something. Okay, cool. He's got to do something.
Worries.
Cool.
It's a thing.
Hi, everyone.
At least he gave us the heads up that he was going to go this time rather than try to do it sneaky
I can
online.
still see it. I mean, he has to get it. So I assume he's going to the gentleman's convenience. But you get a view of him with the back of his gown open, which you are all spared, but I have to see it. So, God,
haven't you seen his butt before, though?
A couple of times, yes.
We've all seen it when he did that stand-up comedy gig.
Yeah,
anyone who's seen that AZ Code Grey,
I watched the uncensored Code Grey. So
yeah.
So
Yeah, we saw a lot more
anyone
on his bum there.
anyone who wants to can go see AZ Tackler, and apparently no one's ever complained because that full frontal male nudity on YouTube doesn't even have like a strike on it, let alone not being taken down. So
Well, I guess it's the context of it, isn't it? I mean, it's not it's not there for anything inappropriate.
it's educational.
Exactly.
Yeah, but also YouTube's not great at context.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
it only takes
so
one.
it only takes one
You
dickhead.
get pretty fair warning that it's that it's about to be there. You do
Not
get
always.
fair warning. So.
The algorithm is just so like fast and like furious when it comes to like flagging some videos, and yet will leave the most toxic videos alone. It's very strange.
Yes, no rhyme or reason. But does anyone remember the Australian muso Brendan McLean had one a couple of years ago, and he was basically doing a video for one of his songs, and the visuals were all from the famous 1970s book about gay semiotics and about what a coloured hanky meant in your back left pocket and your back right pocket. And he was putting it all in the video. And at one point, like, the dudes in the video were obviously really definitely fucking for real, but it wasn't actually showing anything hardcore, but it was unmistakable. These dudes were definitely fucking on the video. And the final thing was someone poops on his head, and I don't think it was fake. I think it was real. And that stayed up. That stayed up for a couple of weeks, got like 1 million views. And because I follow him on Twitter, and I was just in hysterics. I was just going, "You mad bastard, you put that on YouTube." And it stayed up for about 2 weeks, got about 1 million views. A lot of the views was because it was getting shared around going, "I cannot fucking believe this is on YouTube." It is still on, what's the more upmarket video sharing site? Vimeo. It is still on Vimeo. But oh my God, it was funny. Just the idea of like, hey, I'm going to do what is one tiny step removed from an X-rated video, and I think I'll put it up on YouTube. You know, it's like,
Has anyone here seen the movie The Short Bus?
I haven't seen it. No, I know the movie.
It's literally like this close to being an actual porn. Like,
because the people are actual sex.
Yeah. And
I remember
quite
the story.
explicit.
Very taboo-breaking film, that one.
It was,
I was gonna say, I saw all kinds of shit on SBS back in the day.
Yeah, oh my God, wasn't it fun staying up late on Friday and Saturday night to see
erotic tales.
Yes. Am I going to get sexy stuff?
Remember when I was on SBS in the early mornings, like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I saw Grimes on there, and I was just like, oh gosh, okay.
Yeah, they're all. It was always fun of either something very violent or very sexual on SBS on a Friday and Saturday night.
Yep.
All right. So
I watched Rage instead and played video games.
That's fair. And Rage is still going.
Is it?
Yeah.
It is.
Has it still got the same intro?
Shows, Eat Carpet, Liquid TV, they all went away, but Rage is still going.
Still there. Far out. We used to videotape it and play it back like the all week. That was the thing we used to do.
Yeah. Every now and then I get messages from people from overseas who can't believe on a Friday and Saturday night we get 6 to 12 hours of non-stop music videos. Or you could go on to Triple J and there's about 6 hours of dance mixes for your party. No commercials. No. And they're like, are you kidding? You could actually just record those, or you could have a party. And people just think we're so spoiled to have all this stuff. Well, I think
on the
and that's why we have to save the ABC, right?
Yes.
Absolutely, we must.
It was Fridays and Saturdays I would watch Rage all night. It was Mondays I watched SBS. That was when they had South Park and Pizza and Drawn Together and Happy Tree Friends and shit like that.
Happy Tree Friends.
Yeah, I know.
I could only watch a couple of those. They were just so samey, but like
they were.
It was great.
So Aidsy, I should be able to hear us. You wave it. You ready? Yeah. Okay. So Aidsy's come back.
Yay!
Welcome back, Aidsy.
Welcome back.
As it was soil. Do you know they don't call them nappies? They call them pads. I always thought, that's weird.
No.
Why don't they call them nappies? You know, adult nappies. And I got told by one of the nurses, because they get really embarrassed by wearing nappies, which are for infants. And I said, and the men are okay with wearing pads? But, you know, that's just me.
Maybe in America they call them adult nappies.
Yeah, they call them
No, they call them diapers.
They call them adult diapers.
Yeah. And it's like, give a fuck, right? But then they do shoot up schools. And I was going, weird. And then they said, but really, we just call them pads because the people we use them on are usually too far gone to understand that they're wearing diapers. And I'm going, I'm not senile. They said, yes, but you do suffer blackouts on a fairly daily basis.
I'm just imagining them.
I wasn't laughing at you.
In the hospital today.
Yeah.
And she's a physio. And she took me on a walk outside, and I was so angry that I actually walked a long way on my stick. And I'm going to try it again tomorrow because I haven't been able to do it. And I've been doing laps at night in the ward. And the nurses have stopped me because they said, you look so unstable, we think you're going to fall over. But I was so fucking angry that I just went up, I walked around the block and nailed it. And I was going, good. And I walked upstairs and downstairs and going, good. I can virtually go home once they sort out the drug situation. What a fuck up. I should have glued your teeth back in. Anyway, we went on this walk, and apparently I was very interesting. And I told her all about how not to get embarrassed or pissed off in a fight, argument, or criticism. And I remember distinctly she said, I can't handle criticism. And I started to open my mouth. The next thing I remember, we were coming back into the building. So I lost half an hour. And apparently I waxed lyrical brilliantly for about 20 minutes on how to tactically get around criticism and people fighting you. And I haven't fucking got a clue what I said. And then she came back in the ward to tally up my laps on the board, because they're on the board how many laps I've done. And I said to her, you look amazingly like my physio. And she said, that's because I am. Because everyone wears masks, yeah? All the staff are wearing masks all the time. And you only get this. You know, that's as much identification as you get. And they wear different headbands, headscarves. And you'd want to fucking remember the colour and pattern of those fucking headscarves when you meet them, because if you don't, you have no fucking idea who they are. Because let's face it, all the Asians look the same. And your Africans, well, you don't talk to them. And your Skippies, well, they didn't finish high school. All of these lies, of course. Do you know it takes 4.5 years to be a nurse now? It's not a 3-year degree anymore. It's a 4.5-year degree. It's actually technically 5 because the last of your 5th year, the last of the half a year is full-time work in a hospital, and you get graded on it every week. Every week, somebody from the fucking uni comes and watches you all day. They just don't say a word. They just shadow you. How could you work under a situation where someone is watching you and go, and ticking a fucking clipboard, and you go, well, what did I do?
Would you want a healthcare system where they don't do that though?
No, you do want a healthcare system where they're tight-assed. And I've been told so many times, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that. And I go, it's easy and it's a piece of piss. No, I'm not going to take the liability. And I asked one nurse if I was allowed to do one thing, and she said, yeah, I would get deregistered as a nurse, and I'm not willing to take that risk with my mortgage just yet. And I've gone, I get your message, can't agree with it, but I get your message. I found out all the kinds of things that they can't do, and all the kinds of things that doctors can do. And that's quite a list. Where's my electric cigarette gone?
Ooh, is that an ambulance in your world, Aidsy, or someone else's?
Oh, I think that's me.
Oh, okay. Just by coincidence.
Because
this is a rehab hospital.
Me. Because I
don't have.
I live on a main road.
Oh, okay.
So there's a lot of that shit up.
Yeah, Charlie, you can move. Living on a main road, no. You can move into
the main road in this.
And where people from other countries, if they
I'm moving away from City Road.
Oh,
that's the most exciting thing.
Yeah, that'll be a big relief. Definitely.
I'm probably going to be moving.
Fox knows where it is.
And I'm really disappointed because I don't want to move. And boss of the house has had enough, and he wants to move. And this is the thing, though. He wants to move into a much higher rented place, and it's a nicer place, but he wants to move into a much higher rented place. And I said, well, dude, it's going to be tough on you. And he said, well, it's going to be tough on you. And I said, because you're going to be paying some of the rent. He says, oh, no, you'll still be paying all the rent. And I'm going, no. Because it's going from, it's basically it's nearly a 75% rise in the rent, which is going to hurt anyone. I don't care who you are. That's going to hurt anyone. And, he's going, we're moving there. And I'm going, yeah, big boss of the house. Sometimes you don't get to make arbitrary decisions.
Yeah.
Sometimes. And this is one of those times. And he's going, no, I'm moving there. And mostly it's because I've fallen down the stairs once and broken myself. And he's just waiting for me to do it again. And now that I've got brain damage, he's gone, no. Going up and down the stairs with reduced sensation in your arms and legs. He's fucking very salty about that.
Oh dear.
He got me on because we can't meet. We haven't actually touched each other for 3 months. Yep, I'm getting tense. And he basically made me hold a cup of water in front of the because we go on Zoom because we're cool kids. He made me hold a cup of water, and he said keep holding it, and I've held this cup. And I'm starting to shake.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to shake. And little did he know I tipped the water out. And I just was covering it. And starting to shake. So there's no weight in it. And I'm going, I'll piss this in. Because he wanted me to do it for 2 minutes. And I'm doing it. And 40 seconds later, my hands just opened. And the fucking cup fell. And he went, yeah, not happy with that. And I'm just going, fuck, how do you get out of that? And I was thinking violence, black custard and wood chipper. But I was thinking... Yeah.
I wouldn't want to hold a cup up for 2 minutes. That's like a real drag.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
fun.
no, I wouldn't
It's
like
like
it.
that trick your old man used to do with the fucking $50 note, and said, holds it just in your fingertips and says, if you can catch this, you can have it. And there's no fucking way. When you do it with a ruler, it takes 40 to 50 centimetres to actually catch the ruler. So with a $50 note, you've got no fucking chance. Apparently, one of Dad's electrician mates did it once with a £10 note, and his old man wouldn't really keep it. What a bastard. Because he was trying to do this for years, and he did it.
Dads are like that.
10 quid. And this is back in the days when 10 quid would buy you, a house. And, it was basically half his dad's pay, which was a lot back then. My old man started his job as an apprentice and he got £2.4 and 6, which is the equivalent these days of $15. And he thought he was the richest man in the world when he came home with his £2.4 and 6. He paid his mother the 3 shillings rent, the 3 shillings bond, a board that she insisted, and he still had so much money over that he took his girlfriend out to dinner at the cafe where they served coffee, real Italian coffee. How fucking suave is that? It was called the Blue Moon Cafe, and only the coolest people went there because a coffee cost, in today's money, the equivalent of $30. It was that cool, and no one else in Canberra had it. Can you imagine buying a coffee for $30? But you got to think about it like
have to come with a happy ending.
Additional services.
Yeah.
Oh, trust me, he's
Cocaine.
very good at getting additional services.
Yeah,
he
something
can talk
extra.
almost anyone into anything.
All right. So if I set up and do my second cocktail video, are you going to promise that your internet's not going to drop out again, AZ?
That's a lot to
I'm
ask.
not going to promise, but I've got to go and get my. Don't go yet. I've got to go and get my electric cigarette, and then I'll be back. I know where it is. I remember where I left it. Just stay there. In fact, I'll talk loudly while I go and do it.
No, you don't have to keep talking. That's okay. I'll keep talking here. So,
Just turn me on. Don't turn me off. I get freaked out.
He gets freaked out if he gets turned off. That's a product of the modern age, isn't it?
I think it's all of us, right? I genuinely couldn't think of anything worse than 2 weeks in a hotel room without my phone.
Ooh, yeah.
Without your phone?
Well, I'm in the
Oh no, I'll definitely have my phone, but I couldn't have done it 10 years ago when I didn't have a phone.
Oh yeah,
definitely had phone 10 years ago.
Imagine like 1918 during the Spanish flu, they had to go through this as well, but they didn't have the internet. They didn't have TV. Didn't even have TV. Like,
but I mean, they didn't have the expectation.
I was going to say, if they've got Foxtel.
In the 1918 flu, they had Foxtel. That's true.
No. I'm saying being stuck in a hotel room without your phone. It's all right if they've got Foxtel.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, but the problem is there's only so much Foxtel that I literally can watch.
Yeah, and if there's a free one, they can put all the shitty channels. Yeah.
Apparently, pregnancy rates are up because of COVID. No surprises there.
Everyone's too depressed to make babies.
That reminds.
That's the stats come out of America, but it's the same in Australia. Pregnancy rates are soared.
Oh, one thing I learned is, guess which country is number 1 in plastic surgery? It's not the US anymore. It's Australia.
Oh. Really? I always thought it was Korea.
I thought it was South Korea.
There are so many
South Korea.
I know it's rampant in South Korea.
In Australia that you effectively go to a block of flats, and a nice lady meets you, and they inject you full of drugs, and they do the plastic surgery, and away you go. the thing that's frightening is that some of these things are just abortions. They're just terrible, and they've got to be fixed over years of expensive cosmetic surgery. But some of these things are actually so good that you couldn't tell that they were done. And these people are making book on the fact that they're unlicensed, they don't have to pay insurance. And when you get in there, you've got to sign a piece of paper saying that the person doing surgery on you has no liability whatsoever. I don't know if I could go there. 2 seconds, I'll be back.
All right. I agree with what you were saying about South Korea, because there's a particular surgery that seems to be done to an absurd degree of women getting their jawbones shaved down to have their face come to a little point down here. And there was a truly trippy story a couple years ago of one of the really popular surgeons who was doing this surgery, and he thought it was a good promotional thing. He was keeping the bits of jawbone that he sliced off women, and it was in this big sort of glass container in the reception of his office, and it was just this mountain of jawbone pieces. Someone from the government stepped in and said, dude, that's actually pretty bad, and you're giving South Korea a bad reputation, and get rid of it, you fucking weirdo.
Because you'd have to have a big jar.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, no, it was like an aquarium. It was a floor-to-ceiling perspex column, and it was full of bone.
Fucking weird.
Oh, yeah.
That's gross.
I helped a guy make a bone shotgun.
That's some Hannibal shit.
Yeah,
but
no,
I think that. I mean, a bone shotgun is just roadkill with lots of backbone parts. And you put it around a pipe, lots of black powder, click bang, hope your hand doesn't blow off. Yeah. And you use it for, shall we say, ceremonial purposes. This thing works really well. I'm very proud of my work. Because the first design that he made, I said, you're going to blow your fucking hand off. And I said, give it to me. I want you to make, because my hands are fucked, I couldn't actually do the work. I had to direct him through the work. And I said, you're going to redo the stock, you're going to redo the lock and barrel, and you're going to keep the, you're going to keep the barrel, but you're going to do the lock and the frame differently. And we made it, because he had it, so it was an old style gun where you pull the lever up and the hammercock comes down and lights a flash pan. And I said, no. What they don't tell you in the history books is 1 out of 10 of those actually just blew up. Also, they don't tell you in the history books is what they had to do was either immerse them in a bucket of water or put wet sponging down. And in cannon today, they still do that. They'll blow up a shell, and then they'll put a wet sponge down the cannon after they've dragged all the shit out with the screw. Because if there's any unburnt gunpowder down there and you ram a shell down there, it will blow your fucking head off. And they found that out in Crimea. Interesting. So I thought we can't have a situation where he's fucking putting his shotgun in water all the time. So and this under stock trigger, that line thing you see in those old pictures, is so unreliable. The metal pieces break and basically go through your fingers and slice your hand off. And while they're doing that, the black powder then has a whole new hole to travel through, and the rest of your hand gets blown through. So sewing your fingers back on is a very unlikely prospect. So I said, no, you're not using that. We refashioned this barrel, this lock and frame. And he said, oh, there's a lot in this. And I went, this is nothing. You should see what the actual shotguns look like inside. These tiny little, tightly fucking contoured pieces that are machined down to, fractions of a millimetre. The tolerances are so fine that you wouldn't get you wouldn't see them move until they moved. And basically we made this thing, and he said, okay, it's made, what do we do now? I said, well, we test fire it. And because we're geniuses, we went to a local fucking park in the middle of the night, loaded it up full of black powder, and we put a 3 times charge in it, because you'll know then if it blows up or not. And we forgot the fucking string.
Yes,
so we had to pull the trigger somehow, and I said, well, it's my work, I'm proud of it, and I took it off and I just fucking shot it. And the fucking noise and smoke that it made was phenomenal. The black powder was still exploding and burning after it left the barrel. So you've got to imagine this big fucking dragon flame of fire coming out, and it's still exploding. So this big ring of fucking black powder smoke is fucking all over the place, and we're in this big haze of black powder smoke. And my friend says, that's likely to attract attention, because the noise was phenomenal. I had ringing in my ears for 3 days. He swears he's almost he's lost hearing in one ear from it. And I said, yes, I think we should leave. And we just got into his car and started driving off as we counted 8 cop cars with sirens on fucking turn up. We get pulled over, and we stink of black powder, right? We stink of explosive. And my friend, who's just very cool under pressure, opens, and he's an older man, with a very distinguished a moustache and a pointed goatee, and pince nez for glasses. So he looks a bit swish, and he had his coat on because it was cold, and his coat is crocodile leather mixed with pig leather, and it looks very, expensive. And so he's opened the window and says, hello, officer, how are you? I imagine you'll hear about the noise. And he goes, yeah. What do you know about it? He says, well, I don't know about it, but I heard a massive noise and see a huge flash. And there was a couple of blokes, and they went toward the creek, and I didn't want to get involved. I'm sure you know what I mean. He says, right. Can you give a description? Yes. One of them was African. I'm sure of it. And the other one looked like a skippy. They both were young blokes, but one of them had a backwards cap on. And he just described the skippy's clothes down to, he said, I couldn't tell you shoes. I don't know shoes for anything. And the cop is writing all this down. He goes, oh, thanks, man, that's great. Yeah. And all these cops are raced toward the creek, and we fuck off. And
that's old white guy privilege right there. That's old white guy right there. Yeah. Just being able to talk smoothly and particularly shrewdly saying, I'm sure one of them was African.
Well, I picked up on his vibe, and I said, oh, remember there was a logo on the shirt? It wasn't Sorbonne, but it was something, it was white. It was a white logo in a circle. And the cop loved that. And I said, I'm sure the African was wearing a long jeans jacket coat. It was weird. It was sort of knee-length jeans material. What do they call that? And
denim.
The cop lapped that up too, and they were off looking for these kids. And my friend, I didn't say his name, my friend does up the window and says, well, thank Christ that works. And I went, yes, very smooth, sir. Because the gun is sitting in the back seat under a jacket. A cursory examination of the car would have found not only the Boeing shotgun, but a big tin of black powder, lots of patches, lots of flint, and a couple of spare cocks. And we would have been definitely going to jail for terrorism.
Yeah.
And
the way Charlie just laughed when you said spare cocks, I think she's got that wrong. That's a different night and a different venue with AIDSy when there's
different context.
I earned lesbian points just then by not getting that, so I'm proud of myself.
Nice work.
Nice.
Anyway, what he'd done was he turned the demister on. The demister sucks air out of the cabin, heats it up, and puts it back onto the windscreen. And he just thought to do this straight away because the stink of us was clearly these men have been playing with explosives. And he just sucked all the air out of the cabin and had the window down. And he said, I hope you don't mind, it's cold. And the cop said, yeah, whatever. And we described these two youths and we fucked off. Never to hear anything about it again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the bone shotgun has been destroyed. Some fucking tool at a ceremony, we call it a ceremony, it was a seasonal ceremony, big event, lots of people, asked my friend if he could borrow the bone shotgun, and my friend trusted him and said, yes, you can. I'm sure I'll hear it go off. And he says, I'm sure he will. And he's given it to a fuckwit, a known fuckwit, like a renowned fuckwit who's put, and he's drunk as a lord, he's put 8 charges down the barrel behind the bullet. And the bullet's deliberately made to explode once it comes out of the barrel. I made them myself. It's designed to fragment and explode. So the fucking... he's fucking shot this thing with a quadruple charge behind the bullet and 8 charges in front of it. The fucking shotgun had this far to fucking of air, and the rest of it was gunpowder and fucking bad shit. He's fucking shot it off. The gunpowder behind the bullet has done its thing. Remember, it's got oxygen in it. It's pushed off. It's starting to push the bullet out. The bullet has got all of this fucking gunpowder to push through. It's fragmented and done its thing and started to explode. It's got phosphor in it. Phosphor will burn through anything. The black powder has gone off, and the barrel's just split into like 6 pieces, and just like in the cartoons, it's just curled around. And this motherfucker didn't get injured whatsoever. Nothing happened.
I'm guessing most people hoped he would get himself a Darwin Award.
Honestly, when I heard about it, I was furious. Not as angry as my friend, who's owned it. No. Because it took him literally 2 years to find the right animal bits to fit around the barrel he'd made. And it's a smoothbore gun, because it's not meant to hit anything. It's just meant to be for ceremonial purposes.
Meant to go boom.
And the bullets we put in it was only an afterthought, because it's really only supposed to have black powder in it and go boom. But we put the bullets in it because they make a wonderful explosion. Almost straight away after you've shot it, it just explodes in this beautiful white phosphor glare, which blows up the black powder that's in it, that coats it, and it explodes as well, and it's this huge boom. So it's, but it's all a single sound, which goes for a long time. So for ceremonial purposes, it fucking does the job, or it did the job. We've got to make another one, but it's harder these days to get the parts. It's so much harder.
And you seem so much more like a terrorist these days if you're collecting.
Well, you've got to basically mill them yourself. The last time I did it, you didn't need a license for parts. You needed a license for an entire lock. you needed a license for an entire barrel. And remember, he's made the barrel. And that took him ages. He's got solid steel stock, and he's borrowed a friend's lathe, which realistically was meant for wood, but he said, I'll actually be grinding it so slowly that it won't actually damage anything. And he did. He was right. He was so, because it's a slow process. Boring out a cannon is a very slow process, and it makes it hot. And you've got to sit there pouring water onto the working piece the whole fucking time, and you've got to basically bore this thing down really straight and really carefully. And he's left a good 4 or 5 mils of barrel around the hole. And the hole itself.
I better go.
All right,
Good
see you,
night.
Lee.
Thanks for
See
joining
ya.
us, mate.
Nighty night.
Live long and prosper.
Much
Night,
love.
Oh God,
Peace and love.
Live long and prosper. Night night.
Bye.
there's a guy in the chat you should be friends with, AZ, Michael Kearney. He was talking about just a bit of trivia during the Crimean campaign.
Okay.
The English had Turkish allies, gave them powder charges waterproofed in Big Fat, and then he just threw in for fun, well, we made an organ gun. And it was just...
I was going to ask if Mimsy can hear Abigail's cat going
Not
off.
paying attention.
I can barely hear Abigail's cat.
She's
I can
sleeping.
hear her very well.
She doesn't pay much attention to other cats. She's
And
apparently
I'm the only one who thought Spare Cox was funny.
Oh no!
pretty funny.
Oh no, I thought Spare Cox was funny.
Spare Cox is funny. I just didn't think of it because I.
I'm so tired.
You don't want to draw the cops' attention to Spare Cox in your car. That's all. That's all.
No, definitely not.
That's right.
We've been packing for 3 days solid, and I'm so exhausted. So I might actually.
I feel you.
Funny enough, I do know a guy
I feel
with
you.
spare
Moving
cocks.
is hard.
When you've been
Bye,
packing a long
Good
time,
night.
been a
Night,
total
night.
code monkey, and then you talk to people and you get tired. It's weird.
Yeah.
Have the best one. Good night. Much love.
I'm
Anyway,
gonna
so
I'm gonna
he's
make
fucking
another
bored this
cocktail
barrel.
and leave you to your own devices. So don't let your internet drop out.
Okay, I'll try not
He's
to.
got a
If you
say in
see
it,
me
hasn't he?
fucking have a look every now and again. Just
For once, it's not
waiting
my
for the
internet
side.
fucking up.
I'll try.
Anyway, so he's fucking made this thing. It took him 3 months
Here is
to bore the
weird.
barrel out, and that's a long fucking time on any project. And he basically then let the thing season. He hardened it, then he annealed it, then he hardened it, then he annealed it, then he hardened it, and that fucking thing is not going to break under anything. He put his own version together, and I said, that's going to blow your fucking hand off. And I said, no, we're going to do it my way. And he was not very impressed until finally he saw the measure of my madness, and he went, oh, that's going to work. And his version was a musket loading, a front loading thing. They're fucked. If anyone gives you a barrel loading thing to shoot, be polite, but say, oh, I'm not experienced with them, and fucking hand it back or throw it in a river. So bloody things.
Reboot your router, Stella.
Yeah, they're basically designed to kill you. We breech loaded this thing. It was beautiful.
Oh.
It took him 3 years to collect
Hello.
all the bones that he needed. And this fucking idiot destroyed it in, we estimate, a tenth of a second. The friend who borrowed the shotgun had to come back to my friend and say, your shotgun is destroyed. He said, what do you mean? And he got explained. And he was absolutely livid. And he said, well, where is it? And he said, oh, the guy who shot it's keeping it as a trophy. And my friend went, probably not. And went over an hour later when the guy was blind drunk in his tent and lit fire to his tent. it was only well-wishers who went and dragged him out of his tent and said, "You're going to die. If you stay there, you're going to burn to death." And basically dragged him out of the tent, and all of his shit burnt because he was effectively a traveller. He had some shit about being off the grid. Like anyone's off the fucking grid. What a joke. Let me put my teeth back in. But what it was, he was effectively homeless because no one wanted to live with him because he was a drunken sot fuck, a miserable piece of shit. And all
those
of
were
his
his good
stuff
qualities.
burned. All of his precious memories burned. And a year later, he got really sick and died. And nobody wonders why. And we are in the process of making another one, but the process is taking a lot longer. And somebody has offered us the inner workings of an AK-47 that will make our lives so much easier. But getting the inner workings of an AK-47 crosses a line which you cannot uncross, because if you have in your possession the business end of the mechanics of an AK-47, that's evidence that the police will bring up in court. That's evidence that the CSI will bring up in court, and that's evidence that the prosecution will bring up in court. And you're going to go to jail. And I've been to remand, which is kiddie prison, and it terrified me. Going to jail where men in your cell bronze up, that is, cover themselves in their own feces, and say, "Hello, beautiful, you're mine." It's not my idea of spending the next 25 years. So we don't know what to do. We think we're going to make our own, copied off the AK. And of course, someone offers to sell you an AK over the internet. It could be a brick in a box. You know what I mean? But it's from Africa, and there's a lot of AKs in Africa. And the thing doesn't actually have to work. It just has to show us the workings. And AKs are the most simple things in the world. Did you know that more AK-47s are made per second than you can fire bullets out of an AK-47? Did you know that? That astonished me when I heard it the first time, is that every 10th person in the world owns 2 guns. Every 10th person in the world has an automatic rifle. Every 5th person in the world has a single action or a non-automatic rifle, or a semi-automatic, and every 4th person in the world has a pistol or a single shooter. And I don't know about you, but that bothers me. Really bothers me.
Bit concerning.
I just thinking, yeah. But I love that Chris Rock routine where he says, guns don't kill people, bullets kill people. And he says, if we turned around and made every bullet $25,000, we'd see a lot less crime on the streets. You hear, "You motherfucker, I hate you. I'm going to get me a second job and save up and come back and pop 1, maybe 2 caps in your ass. Go sell my car." Just and when he says that live on stage, you can see him do it, and it's piss funny, but you can see in his eyes, somewhere in the back of his head, he thinks it's also true. And the first time I heard it, I thought, that's genius. Because the Americans won't give up their guns, but if you turned around as a tyrant and said, "Oh, hi, bullet manufacturers, every bullet you make from now on is going to be worth $25,000. The gun manufacturers would go, "Sweet." Because remember that they sell most of their ammunition to militaries, and militaries will spend anything on anything, and they'll get a discount anyway. But the gun buying public will be limited to what ammunition they already have, which is frankly quite a lot. And then when they need to restock, and they will, only the very, very rich. Shooting will become a sport of the very, very rich. And
unless they mould their own.
Well,
because I've seen that done.
No,
Going harvesting
hard.
wheel weights off the roadside and melting them down and turning them back into ammunition. I know someone who does that.
I know how to make bullets. And if I know how to do it, enough people know how to make bullets. The trouble with my bullets is that every 7th one doesn't fire so good. Why are you low battery when you're charging? I don't understand.
It's not switched on?
Hey? It's charging.
Is it switched on at the what?
Got the lightning little symbol on there.
Oh, okay.
I don't understand why it would do that. Or maybe it's been lower and it only just turned up. Mind you, I mean, I've got everything on. I mean, and it is broadcasting at a ferocious rate because I've got both the 4G and the Wi-Fi on.
It's still if it's plugged into mains, it shouldn't matter. It should be drawing enough charge.
Well, it's plugged into mains. It's in the charger. It's in the transformer. It's coming down the pipe. The pipe is plugged in. The little lightning symbol is on the battery. My iPhone doesn't make telephone calls. It will ring up a number and you'll start to talk to somebody and they can't hear you and you can't hear them.
So a standard iPhone then?
Sorry?
Standard iPhone, crapple.
Yeah, there's something internal very wrong with it. All of the phone manufacturers have fucking shut down for the duration of the calculation. So I need to buy a new phone. And that's going to hurt. And me and Angry have decided to get another iPhone, probably a sexy one. Because I've been a Telstra customer for 30 years, I'm going to demand a significant discount and stick it on the plan, pay it off over probably 3 years. Because it's not like I'm going to fucking stop fucking making phone calls or stop using their servers. Yeah, man, I was so pissed off. Because remember, I'm in hospital. I am not allowed to talk to my friends face to face. That is not allowed. Happily, I'm allowed to use the hospital phone to ring out. And happily, enough people know the number that I want to know the number, and they can ring in. The downside is I've got a lot of doctor's appointments coming up. The doctors now don't see you face to face. They see you either on Skype or on phone. They listen to you on the phone. And I'm hoping to Christ they go Skype because they won't be able to get me. Because they call you when they're ready and you sit by the phone from the appointment time and then they call you. But they all have my number, but it doesn't work. So I've got to get a phone fast. So how do I get a phone fast? I walk into Telstra and go, give me a new iPhone today. Will they do that?
They can. I mean, whether they will or not is another question.
That should be in a video. Charlie, are you sure that's not going to get flagged?
Well, as long as he doesn't start humping.
Yeah, fickle. And they do.
Well,
I should sit in bed.
He might.
Move the chair around.
And if he does,
you've seen the window.
Turn off my thing. Ludo, stop it.
Okay, what's Charlie's dog called?
No. Ludo.
Ludo, it's time to really rein it in till after the broadcast, buddy. I know it's hard, Oh, I'm sorry, that was the wrong wording.
Yeah, he's
Freudian slip, Hazy.
So, yeah, that was my story of the bone shotgun. It was beautiful. And we only shot the fucking thing maybe 5 times during ceremonial purposes. And this dickhead blew it up. And as he was filling it up full of fucking gunpowder, people were going, dude, that's too much. And no one had known that he'd already put the bullet in. And some guy said to us later, Jesus Christ, if I'd have known he put the bullet in. Because his kids were maybe 5 metres away. And he said, if I'd have known he'd put the bullet in, I would have fucking killed him. Because there was nothing really. I mean, it blew up and coiled. But if it had shattered, there would have been pieces of fucking hot, sharp metal flying as fast as a bullet. This dickhead would have killed, as much as a grenade. Phosphor grenade, as it turns out. So my friend is collecting bones. I am looking at lock designs and frame designs because I think we can do better there. And we will machine the parts ourselves. I don't think we'll go ahead with the AK idea. We'll just get some plans off the internet and just see how they did it, because it's apparently the simplest mechanism in the world, and they're so hard to break, and they're so hard to ruin that Arabs and Africans fire them without cleaning them for 5 and 10 years. In the Soviet Afghanistan conflict, the CIA had to convince the Mujahideen to tie 2 shoelaces together and dip them in oil and pull them through the barrel. And the first time they did it to one, they pulled out 2 grams of crap. And the guy shot 2 clips through and said, wow, it's really easy now. Just Jesus. And so if we can get an idea of the mechanism, that'll be really good. And just hit me up. Everyone can have a shotgun.
You sure you should be really broadcasting this, 80?
Well, the thing is,
wouldn't there be some legal problems?
You're going to get Andrew's channel flagged.
When I was a young fella, I was deeply into the Anarchist Cookbook. And that was a paper thing. And you had to get hold of a copy, and you had to read the bloody thing on paper. And if you owned it, if you had it in your possession, you'd get arrested. Because the old version did show you how to make bombs. It's terrifying. If you can get together, well, back in those days, it was simply fertiliser and petrol and diesel. That's all you needed. And I made a heap of those. But the other thing is soap, a special kind of acid, and again, flammable like petrol or lighter fluid, and you cook it very gently. It's a little bit like an ice lab, very gently, and then you pour the candle, and candle wax you need, and you pour the candle wax.
What type of candle wax? Is there a different type?
White candle, any boring white
paraffin?
Candle. Yeah, any boring white paraffin candle. Most candles will work. Scented candles work fine, apparently, and smell nice when they blow up. It blew the shit out of the thing, but it smelled lovely. And these things rely on somebody lighting a wick.
It's calmed down now.
And you put them in metal pipes. I never put them in metal pipes, so I put them in plastic pipes because I didn't like the idea of being caught with a backpack full of metal pipe bombs. I thought I'd be going to juvie for the rest of my life. And with the plastic ones, they make a lot of shards and they will cut you, but they won't kill you. And they usually just make a huge bang, which upsets police horses no end. anyway, bloody the things you could make with the Anarchist Cookbook were just sensational, and the chemistry involved is not hard. This is the thing that people don't understand, is the government likes to tell you the arms that it has is very difficult. And true, making nuclear bombs is really hard. It is rocket science. You have to put together very, very complicated, very, very tightly, very, very finely machined metals, which are exceptionally toxic and radioactive.
There is a way to do it on the cheap.
Hey?
I studied physics and chemistry. There is a way to make a nuke on the cheap.
There is, but it's really
it's not very efficient though.
Dirty.
Yeah, for sure.
You're talking about the football gun, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you've gone to the trouble of assembling the material, then go to the extra trouble of assembling 4 or 5 more guns and get a gun implosion. Probably shouldn't have gone that far on the internet.
That's really difficult to time that. It's like
if you time it badly, you fucked.
Yeah, you just make a dirty bomb, but it doesn't go nuclear.
No. But it is hard to make a good, proper, working, drop out of a plane nuclear bomb. Korea, for example, have blown up something like 23 bombs, but their first 3 were effectively duds. Their next 6 were working bombs, but they're so low yield. And their last few would take out a quarter of Manhattan, but they don't have any delivery. It's enough. It's more than enough, but they don't have any delivery. They don't have the missiles to take them anywhere. However, the Japanese are concerned because they have been shooting the missiles over Japan, and they've been going actually over. The first few just went into the Sea of Japan, and the next few went over the country of Japan, over Hokkaido, and they were going and toward LA, which is the stated goal of the ILs, China and Russia have been selling the tech for their missiles to Korea, and America had a word with both China and Russia, and basically apparently China and Russia have now slowed the selling of the tech of the missiles to North Korea significantly, because Russia asked for it not to be fired in a certain direction, and they did several times, and China said, keep your fucking head down when you do this. There's been no head down. And China's been rightly saying, how do you expect food donations from around the world if you've got nuclear fucking weapons? Everyone's just going to say, sell your nuclear fucking weapons and we'll give you your food. And maybe they'll give you nuclear weapons. Fucking China, which has now officially become a police state because the president is president for life, and my landlord went to back to China for a holiday, and he said every 400 meters is a camera. When you go into forests, there's a camera on a pole. You cannot go anywhere without a camera. Apartment blocks are now built with pre-built cameras inside them. There's like a team of electricians come through and puts the wiring in, and there's a team of electricians who come through and tap off the power of the wiring and put the cameras in. And he said there's apparently 3 and 4 cameras in every single room of the house.
Damn.
And he said it's only the next step for the government to turn around and say, now all of the old houses need to be refitted. There are apparently millions of university graduates that go to these job clubs, these job fairs. And the PLA and the government have be patriotic, come and work for your government. And half of them work for military intelligence and half of them work for civil intelligence. And they sit at computers all day watching their fellow citizens do whatever the hell they're in. And so the government will tag someone and say, we're not sure about this guy. And so a team of 3 people will round the clock watch this guy's every single move. You can't get in a car, you can't get on transport, you can't get on a plane without the government knowing exactly where you are. And there's been cases of guys who've bought plane tickets for cash to get out of China, and they've been stopped going into the airport by the secret police, going, we'd like to see your passport and your ticket, please. And they're going, I'm just going on a plane trip overseas. And they're going, yeah, but we'd still like to see it, and we'd like to ask you why you're going. And of course, their plane leaves while they're being interrogated. They can't afford another plane ticket. And the whole thing of the exercise is over. And they go, why were you going overseas? Oh, I was going overseas to see stuff. Well, did you apply for a tourist permit? You don't only got to get a tourist visa, you've got to get a tourist permit. And you can wait for your tourist permit for up to 2 years. And in those 2 years, you get interviewed something like 8 times. They give you a letter or a phone call and say, come into this government office. And it could be anywhere in a 100-kilometre radius, and you've got to get there. It's usually next day. So you've got to organise 100 kilometres worth of travel either that night or in the morning and get it into this office at the right time, crack of dawn, and answer questions. And these fucking interviews go for like 3 and 4 hours, and they want to know what you want to go overseas for. And I've been told that a lot of Chinese tourists know more about Uluru/Ayers Rock than the fucking tour guides do, because they've had to explain to these tour police exactly why they're going to Australia and what they're going to see and why they want to see it. And they researched their entire trip so thoroughly so they can get their tourist visa and tourist permit, that they know everything about where they're going before they fucking get there. And
well, to change the subject completely,
do it.
I've got a white zombie here, even though it's not really white, because I made a bunch of a zombie.
You could just blame your webcam, really.
I could. My webcam with its full color. A zombie is traditionally like a cocktail with like all the rums in it. You have at least 3 or 4 different sorts of rum in it.
All of them.
This one I found the variation, the white zombie. The recipe was pisco, which is a Peruvian brandy, which is a clear spirit, white rum, gin, which is of course a clear spirit, and just for fun I used my Navy strength gin, Velvet Falernum, which is a rum liqueur, which is also basically clear, lime juice, Don's mix, which is traditionally grapefruit juice and cinnamon syrup, passion fruit puree, and the passion fruit I put in it is why it's not white.
Yeah.
You don't like passion fruit?
I hate passion fruit.
No. And it's got simple like sugar syrup and just a bar spoon of maraschino cherry liqueur and a bar spoon of absinthe. So basically it's got all the ingredients, and it's quite tasty. Putting that many things in a drink is a bit risky because they often sort of just turn into something kind of mushy and whatnot. But it's actually worked reasonably well.
Was that AZ flushing the toilet just then?
Certainly seemed to be. Going to his little ensuite because he's so spoiled in his private accommodations there.
Ooh la la.
Well, at least
luxury apartment.
Yes, AZ's in his luxury apartment. Unlike the other hospital, there were 4 people in the room.
Luxury.
Yeah, they
Luxury
even come and
apartment.
give you drugs.
Oh, I'm coming out of hospital on Thursday.
Woo!
That's my estimated date of release, which is in fact you're fucking going.
Yeah.
On Thursday. Thursday morning, 9:30, I'll be packed and gone.
Right.
That's
and
less than
I'll
a
be
week.
waiting for pharmacy to bring my stuff.
Mm.
And then I'll have to go straight to the doctors. But I'm going on Thursday. Yeah.
Okay.
In my luxury apartment will be replaced by my other luxury apartment. And I'll take you for a tour of what my carer has cleaned up, and you'll be amazed. You'll go, that's not Adie's house. And it'll be,
so someone cleaned it up while you're away.
Oh, I got him to do a lot of shit because
Right.
boss of the house, when I went down, I soiled the place pretty badly because I was on the ground for 3 days, and I distinctly remember answering a phone call from you, Angry, and you said, I haven't heard from you for a while. Are you okay? I was flat out on the ground, head in the bathroom, rest of me and the rest of the flat. And I distinctly remember saying, yeah, man, I'm fine.
Yeah. And then I didn't hear from you for weeks, a week later, until boss of the house said, oh, no, he's in hospital again. I go, well, he told me he was fine. I go, he lies. We both know
He lies. He lies a lot.
Yes.
I got in a fight with my doctors, and I got picked up on because I argued with them because they lied. I was furious, and they picked me up on, we haven't exactly been fucking totally truthful with us. And I've gone, and how do you mean? And I thought, here it comes. It could be anything, and it's a lot of things. And they said, we've rung up all your doctors, and you haven't quite told all of your doctors about all of your other doctors and what they're doing. And I'm gone, fuck. That's going to be a lifestyle change that I'm not going to be happy about. One of them particularly has, two of them particularly have the power to hurt me real bad.
Be back in a bit.
Yeah, right. It's been pretty tricky. So they brought that up, and I said, "How cheeky is this?" I said, "That's simply a straw man argument. Let's get back to the main point." And they fucking bought it, and I just went, "Sweet." Then unfortunately I blotted my copybook because I was moaning to my mother, and the doctor who was really in the firing line heard everything I was saying. Yikes, and came in and said, can you stop shouting these swear words? It's inappropriate. And I've gone, good point, I'll bring it down. And I did. But he heard a lot of things about himself that weren't real pretty. And he was actually genuinely trying to help me out, and I think I might have fucked it. But I'm coming out on Thursday, and my luxury apartment's going away, and my new luxury apartment's going to be there. It's going to be fantastic. I'm going to be broadcasting from actual Wi-Fi, and
sitting up in a chair. You'd be sitting up in a chair rather than lying in bed. Oh, Nettie's joining us. Hello, Nettie.
Yay! Hi guys. Hi. Good. Anyone know how to pick a lock?
I did it once with a cheap padlock, but it took me.
Hello, Nettie.
Incapacitated at the moment.
Hi.
Theoretically.
I saw you said in the chat earlier your daughter's managed to lock her bedroom door and you're stuck outside it now?
Yep. Can't get in.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a real pain in the bum. There are locks on all the doors. This is a rental, and it used to be for a multi-flatmate,
like
student accommodation.
Right. So they all had locks on their doors. Yeah. I was about to say, the average family home doesn't have locks on all the doors, but yeah.
How old is your daughter, Nettie?
17.
Right. So when she locks the door, she means that she wants to lock the door. It wasn't like a child of 4 accidentally working out how to lock the door. There are, however, Nettie, many ways to unlock a door. Is it one of the old-fashioned ones where you have like a keyhole and a funny-looking key?
Just a button on the inside?
Oh, there's a button on the inside, yeah, and it's like a hotel. It's like a hotel door lock.
Like
does it have a
old-fashioned sort of.
Oh,
you could probably get in with the screwdriver or like a hook kind of tool, just to unlatch from the inside. If you're really creative, you could get a straighten a clothes hanger.
The question is, does the key look like that?
Does the key look like that?
No, the key does not look like that.
Does it look like
you can get
normal house key,
like a Lockwood
sort of bumps on it?
Yes, yeah, it looks like that.
I do have lock picking tools, by the way.
Scraping and raking really dead easy.
And I do know how to pick locks.
Sorry.
For perfectly
I can't.
I'm sure.
Sorry, AZ, I couldn't hear you.
Pen testing.
Oh, scraping and raking a lock is dead easy.
Yeah.
Look up YouTube videos on lockpicking.
There are so many.
Yeah, it's dead easy.
Lockpicking.
That's actually how I
Sorry.
It's ridiculous. That,
I can't remember if I've asked or not. Abigail, what's the cat's name?
Her name is Bella.
Bella. Oh.
Bella is such a stalk. Just that
She's
sort of
so cute.
hugging mummy. That is gorgeous. It's such a sookie cat.
She's so
like
clingy.
a mini version of my Sir Pants. She's
so vocal.
She's so blissed out by all this attention. She's loving it. She's lapping it up.
Aww.
I love a vocal cat.
Nettie, if you are afraid of your daughter's welfare, kick below the lock, just below the lock. Kick it very hard.
She's actually on the outside of it. She's actually on the outside of it, and she's sleeping in the lounge room tonight.
Oh, okay.
So
it's a shame it's past. So she locked herself out.
She's locked herself out.
Yeah.
Well, given that it's a rental, would the agents have access to a key?
They will.
That's absolutely much easier. That's much easier. The agents have access to.
Oh yeah, they might do.
You've got heaps of time.
I mean, it just means a bit of inconvenience while you wait.
Give me the master key for the house, and you put that somewhere safe, and you copy it, and you'll be fine. I was worried that she was actually locked inside.
No, she's not locked inside. I mean, she's done that before, but I can usually get her out eventually.
No, I was just very concerned that a teenager had locked themselves into a house, into a room, because
that would be against rental code because of fire safety. You need to be able to open the door from the inside, even if it's locked.
You do actually. You do.
It was making me think of the old Robert Redford film Sneakers.
This house has deadlocks.
They're all crackers, and there's one bit in the film Sneakers where Robert Redford's trying to do a stealthy entry into a high-tech place, and there's an electronic door, and he's talking, and he describes it to his lock expert, who was Sidney Poitier, who's going like, "No, don't tell me it's that. Those are impossible to crack. No, oh my God, we're so screwed." And then it just cuts to Robert Redford listening on a headpiece going, yeah, you think? Like there? Okay. And then he just kicks the door and kicks the door.
Smashes the door in. And the alarm doesn't go off because the alarm
because these locks are actually susceptible to a brute force. It doesn't even break the lock. It actually just forces the door open. It was just hilarious. They were all talking about technology and how impossible it was to crack, and there's no code you can do. And then he's just like, but kick it open. That'll work. Yeah.
You'd be amazed at how many low-tech solutions there are to opening up high-tech buildings. It's ridiculous. Cans of spray, cans of air, screwdrivers,
low-tech solutions.
Coat hangers.
Yeah. Or if you how ridiculous
underfloor jammed, like you can get up from under the door
on a safe.
when the MyKey system first came in, kids would get orange juice, sit it in the sun for a day, and then pour it down the coin holder. The coin holders would rupture and basically pay out like a friggin' like a
you also
Pokemon bandit.
$50,000 worth of damage to a machine for a ticket or a few coins. People learned that, like, if you poured acid down the coin slot, it would make money come out of the machine. And it's like, yay, so you scored 10 or 20 bucks, and you actually did $50,000 worth of damage to the machine.
They don't have to pay that $50,000 unless they're caught.
When you got caught, you weren't busted for stealing 10 or 20 bucks. You were busted for causing $50,000 worth of damage.
If you were busted, a lot of the cases they weren't caught on camera. And I remember Burnley Station, Burnley, they had to hire 24-hour security, just a dude to stand there and make sure people don't do that shit. Like in the early days of MyKey.
How much is that going to cost?
I know.
They fixed the hack.
But like that was like the only solution at the time.
I'm going to show you something.
This whole fucking MyKey thing was supposed to save money, and it's cost a fortune.
Yeah,
the whole privatisation of the trams and trains was supposed to save money. It's cost.
I just got to show you something.
Fortune.
Mimsy's being
like
cute.
Most of the privatisation agenda.
Mimsy's being cute.
Oh, Mimsy alert! I want one.
I would like to know who the fuck our government actually governs for, because they clearly don't govern for the people, and the Business Council actually keeps saying, actually, some of these policies of yours are fucking our friends. Stop that. So who the fuck are these cunts governing for?
In state government, it's property developers, big time. That's where all the money goes.
The people with no souls.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the MyKey system, the budget overran. It was supposed to be some $100 million. It overran to the tune of several $1 billion, and that was on Steve Baxter's watch. And when he lost an election and the Liberals came in, they were all sort of, we're going to have a serious look at how much he's wasted on this MyKey thing. And they looked at it and went, oh no, we're actually just horribly committed and we have to keep going. And it cost several $1 billion eventually. And the thing is, if they'd had just thrown the gates open and saying public transport is free and never spent a cent on MyKey, 10 years from now, they still would have been ahead in terms of dollars.
That's pretty much how the trains were run in the 80s in New South Wales.
Effectively.
I don't remember.
Because they wanted you to not rip up the seats and shit in the in the actual carriages. You still had to pay a token fee, but it was really small.
They introduced a bus ticket at one point in Sydney. It was this 10-trip ticket, and you stuck it in a machine, and it printed a bit of ink on it, and there was a reader in it that knew how many times it had been in. But all you had to do was liquid paper the print, and you could keep going forever. Of course, you were completely screwed if a ticket inspector came on, because they see you liquid paper
on the trains and the buses with their thumbnails and scratch the ink off. And it would work just the same. If it was new enough, if it was new enough, they'd just sit there. And I used to watch them scratching this morning's ink off while they were talking. They weren't even looking at what they were doing. It was that common. One of my aunties.
Yeah, we had those in Brisbane before we got the Go cards.
Michael brought up in the chat another great spy moment in the Bruce Willis movie, Red, where he's the retired,
That was what I was
extremely
gonna say.
dangerous spy. There was one where he's trying to get into a thing in the Pentagon, and it goes, door code updates every 30 minutes. We can't possibly crack it. And he just punches a hole in the wall next to the lock and reaches through and unlocks the door. It's just great.
I was going to mention that. It was my other favourite low-tech moment.
If you've never watched the movie Red, or even the sequel Red 2, fuck me, they are so much fun.
Right.
It's just this great spy caper, and it's so funny.
It's the shit. It's
Getting
so
the pig.
good. And
Getting the pig.
The first movie, this Russian says, I knew this MI6 woman loved me because she shot me in the chest 3 times.
But I woke up.
What the fuck? And in the second movie, he explains why.
Yeah.
You don't know until the second movie.
Yeah,
you don't find out 3/4 of the way through the second movie.
Andrew, I have to refresh my browser.
Sure.
So if I disappear, could you post the link again?
Yep, absolutely.
Abigail, I will see you soon.
So what's
the dog?
Oh, puppy!
Hey, puppy. So we're all sharing pet. Red was a comic.
Ludo's dozed off now. He's calm now.
Ludo's finally calmed down. Ludo, for such a big dog,
He's been the silly boy tonight.
Look at him.
He smells. You smell. You need a shower. You need a bath.
Oh, he's falling asleep with his ball.
Oh, look, there's Ludo. Look. You see?
So, oh my god, Ludo looks so morose now.
He's waking up. He's waking up. Yeah,
he looks awake. Yep, there we go.
Can you guys hear my dog growling?
Yeah.
Ludo's always giving his
he can't hear it because I have headphones on.
All right.
Ludo
always gives us sound like when he chews on his squeaky toy or something. It's a vaguely disconcerting, possibly sexual squeak noise going on in the background. When Ludo's his squeaky toy.
I used to know a mate of mine who, what he did was he took videos of his fighting fish, and then he'd play them back to his fighting fish.
Yeah.
And his fighting fish would fight himself.
Would try and fight the video. Yeah.
Hey, I got a lovely delivery from the Bitters Lab today.
Ooh, what did you get from them?
I got to extremely. Now you probably can't see it, but I'll put it up close anyway.
Yeah.
It's a very pretty lace design on the glass.
Yes, I've got that glass, the Nick and Nora with the glass etching on it. I've got that one. That is a beautiful
Very
glass.
pretty. I got 2 of those.
Yep, I've got 2 of those from the Bitters Lab.
I got Marionette Muir.
Yeah,
the blackberry. And I got the mixing jug with a strainer, which I think you might have.
Nice.
And yes, that one. Yeah. And the finger lime lime essence, a big proper bottle.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I took Aidsy in there once, and he was a bit unsteady on his feet, so I had to make him go outside because he was staggering around near the glassware, and I'm going, "You're a bad man." No way. Smack him on the nose. Bad Aidsy.
No
Stand outside.
The glassware. Oh, been angry. No, Aidsy. No. We do not have $50,000. Go outside. I'll just lick passers by. That's fine.
They have
Go
really
outside.
good tiki glassware at the Bitters Lab too. That's where this one comes from, and they have a whole bunch of different tiki glassware, which is quite good. I got this.
I have been coveting these for some time. These lace etched glasses. So I had to get these first.
Ooh, what's Charlie's
What's up,
one?
Charlie? What's up?
Sorry. These adorable little things.
Charlie's
Liquor 43.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I have these little things.
I've got some Liquor 43, which sounds ruder than it is, but anyway.
My husband's some kind of fancy liquor.
Naked fella just dropped
They're
in.
like that. Ludo, get out of the way.
Ludo suddenly decided he's going to be part of the picture.
What?
Okay.
Oh, look at that.
These little.
It's tiny, delicate little things.
Ludo, fuck off. Out the way. These little. They're like tiny.
My God, that's adorable.
Because
tiny,
you make
these tiny steins.
Yeah. You make a drink with Liquor 43, which is a yellow liqueur, and you put some whipped cream on top, so it looks like a foamy.
That's what they do.
It looks like a foamy beer in this tiny beer stein. Those are gorgeous. That's great.
That's adorable.
I love miniatures.
Me too.
Aside, did everyone catch that ScoMo and Dutton quietly reversed the policy of the Liberal Party's not taking money off the tobacco companies? Did everyone catch that?
No. I just noticed
this week
saying not letting families be together because of COVID is evil, while Dutton is actually imprisoning families in concentration camps, which is a bit rich. Oh, Stella's saying she has a German Shepherd Shar-Pei cross.
Oof.
That if you say he needs a bath, he runs and hides in his crate.
Aww.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, okay, I'm thinking.
Well,
email's back.
I have
I had to reset my computer. It was just gone to shit.
What's he doing to you now, Charlie?
Wow.
I have a Mastiff Pitbull Great Dane cross.
Really?
No wonder it's
I
a bit
have
of a handful.
a cat, and you have dog.
That is a big
giant. Yeah.
Look at it. It's like Charlie is this. He's got this.
He weighs almost as much as I do.
Huge dog who thinks he's a tiny puppy. Ludo thinks he's as big as Nettie's dog. Ludo thinks he's as big as Nettie's dog. That's what's going on there.
Yeah.
Well, Nettie's dog thinks she's as big as Ludo sometimes.
That is little dog syndrome. That's little dog.
Yeah. The smaller the dog, the bigger the attitude.
Fucking enormous. Often a pig dog, and they'll go, "Well, come on, cunt. If you're fucking hard enough." And you go, "Dude, you're a fox
hard enough."
With one
Sorry,
eye.
I love that line. Have you? Because we English people say that like, "Come on, if you think you're fucking hard enough."
God, we used to take Ludo to this dog park, and there were these two fucking Westies, the My Dog.
Yeah.
And they acted like they owned the place. Those two yeah.
Did they bully Ludo?
Yeah.
That's what when you get people with a small dog where they don't
we had to stop going to the dog parks because there's always fuckwits with their shit dogs.
They're not trained.
And it's because, like Charlie, if you don't control Ludo, it'll fucking kill something. Whereas these people with these stupid little dogs don't take any responsibility at all, and it's really annoying. Yeah.
One of the things that's amazing.
Yeah. So we just.
where I live is there's this group of women who walk around with their dogs in prams.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
They walk around with their fucking dogs in prams. First time I seen it, I nearly shat. I was at a cafe with my friend and we were drinking coffee, and I went, "I'll be fucked." And
I
I said it out
resemble
loud.
this
And
remark.
this woman turned up with this dog in prams, and I went, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And this dog's just sitting up there going, "I'm in a pram." And another three
Like
women
that?
with dogs in prams turned up, and they were, you know, just Karens. And I stood up and framed up beautifully and took a photo. And they said, "Are you filming us?" I said, No. Taking photos. Click.
Just totally
Flipped
different.
over and then moved around there, and I said, "Well, could you not take photos?" And I said, "Oh, I'm not taking photos." And they said, "Well, what are you doing?" I said, "Now I'm filming you." Unfortunately, I mangled the fucking images when I tried to transfer them to the computer, and I don't have them. But the most fun part of the film, apart from the dogs and prams, which I just thought was retarded, was the looks on these women's faces. And one of them said, "There's a police station just down there, you know." And I said, "Well, if you walk down there and grab a policeman, I'm sure you could sort it out." And she looked at the police station, and it was clearly 250 metres away. And walking down that far was clearly out of the question. And it occurred to me that what those women had done was driven to the mall, taken the pram out, taken the dog out, put the dog in the pram, and then walked over to the cafe, maybe 70 metres from their car, and to walk 250 metres to get a cop to stop this evil man filming them. Which, by the way, YouTubers, if you do not direct a person while you are filming in public, got to be in public, use your right to film. You don't, mind you, the moment you tell them what to do or not to do, you need a release. So they can come up and be quite offensive, and there's nothing you can do about it. Unless you just stop filming and put your phone away.
You can even film cops. You can film cops as well.
So long as you don't impede someone, so long as you don't block someone.
No, you mustn't block them. You mustn't get in their way. You mustn't direct them. And directing is blocking them. Blocking their paths is directing them.
Yeah.
You mustn't interfere with them in any way. And cops these days, bizarrely enough, have these little flashing circles on them, and they're cameras.
Yeah.
And the cops
I got an interesting photo today.
More love them, because when it gets into court, it's a he said, she said.
Yes, it
the
is.
cops basically go,
I love snakes.
Actually, let's go to the video.
It's in my friend's backyard.
Noodle.
And the cops love people
Danger Noodle.
filming them
Gorgeous.
because there's two sets of the same film going on. And basically the cops...
We lost AD.
He's frozen.
They're not actually recording on them. They transmit back to the station. The station gets the transmitted camera vision and transmits it to Police Central. The Police Central video server is in a room that no one knows where it is. It's in the basement somewhere. No one knows where it is. There's a dozen people who know how to get into it, service it, and retrieve film. And so the cop can't get the film back. The public doesn't know where the film is. And when they want it for court, they say, "I need from here to here." And they send it over. And they are not allowed to edit it. They have to take it to the court as is. And they have to see the mark at the beginning and the end of the film that it was transmitted from Victoria Central. And the judge looks at it and says, "Oh, I think the relevant bits are here, here, and here," and the bailiff is allowed to edit it, which is really funny because you see bailiffs in courts and they're these big hulking motherfuckers who can put it down anyway, and then you see bailiffs with these tiny little geeks with glasses on, and they're the guys who do the film,
Charlie,
the cops are loving cameras.
Sorry, Cypher, I just noticed your comment. No, it is not cold in Queensland. It's quite warm.
Thanks for that, because it's piss cold here.
It's rainy. It's very rainy, but it's warm.
We're supposed to get
some rain here tonight.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, we're supposed to get rain all weekend.
It's been very rainy in the bay.
Oh dear.
We've had rain.
I cry. My freaking brother lived in Queensland for a while, and we rang up in the middle of a Canberra winter, -8. And we said, "How's it going up here?" And he says, "Oh, it's cold up here. We're going to put a jumper on. It's 25.
Oh.
And we went, "Fuck you." He lived in Mackay for a long time.
Sorry.
Charlie?
Fox, where did you move to from here?
Actually moved to Melbourne. Moved around Melbourne.
Oh.
Now I live in Port Macquarie.
That's
nice.
Funny thing is that I know
that's a big change.
I know two people one who moved from Melbourne to Brisbane, and one who moved from Brisbane to Melbourne because of the weather.
Yeah, people do that.
Yeah.
They do.
One of them was from the Midwest in Illinois, and she preferred the weather in Brisbane, whereas the other one was like, "I can't stand this hot, humid weather," and came down to Melbourne and loved it. So
I can't live in Brisbane. It's a great.
Yeah. Look,
Toby's having a go at joining us again.
Just kills me.
Toby!
Just
Brisbane in winter, amazing.
Hi, Toby!
Hey Toby, how you going?
Hello.
How are you?
Hi, Toby.
Well,
We's are fine.
Not bad.
So I'm a really bad dog parent, and so I was seen with Scruffles when she was a puppy, putting her in the stroller.
I don't know why Ludo has a jacket on. I think, his dad put it on him. Maybe because he was being naughty.
Oh, to annoy him. Well, we put a jacket on Scruff to get her to stop biting her butt.
Yeah, because
I'll show you why.
sometimes with the dog, when they're being naughty, if you put a jacket on them, sometimes it can make them
calm down
a bit. Sort of maybe the pressure. I mean, I say this as an Aspie.
Yeah.
Sometimes pressure is nice and calming.
Yes. Yeah, like weighted blankets are a big thing now.
Yeah.
Everyone with anxiety or who's on the spectrum is like, "Oh no."
And so, like, some people have a theory that all dogs are autistic.
I've heard that all cats are autistic as well. But
I've heard that one, yeah. And they do like pressure on them. They do.
Yeah.
Actually, I've got a
soothing
theory that there's an awful lot of Aspies amongst the Goths, like on the Goth spectrum.
That doesn't surprise me.
That's why corsets were so popular, because it's nice
pressure thing.
hugging feeling. Yeah.
Frankly, the skin
alternatives in general.
Sorry, I just going to say,
comforting device and punching
in
science,
which is the most hostile time zone for us. But he's surprised we're still here.
Cool.
Because it's Friday night. Man.
Friday night, yeah.
There are no rules on Friday night.
For me, it's more a closed-in space by myself is really comforting. I have a walk-in pantry, which is great, and it doesn't have a light in there either. So sometimes I just walk into the pantry, shut it behind me, and just calm. and then come
Ah,
to
sensory.
Click and find you can't
yeah.
open it. Yeah.
Taking down the
sensory
sensory
deprivation.
stuff.
Yeah, because I get
Love it.
really sensory overloaded, like
Yeah.
noise and lights and all that.
I
Shopping
get that
malls
too.
are
I
the
know that
worst. Yeah.
I think that I might have. I mean, I might be subclinical Aspie because I've got some of the. I don't know, common
They call them
experiences.
ghost traits. If you don't, yeah. So you can have some of the traits because it's a syndrome. It's a lot of different components.
Spectrum.
It's a spectrum.
It's a spectrum. So you can have some of the criteria, but not have the diagnosable amount. I don't know the language for it. And like some people do have some bits of it. It's much more common than you think, without getting to that diagnostic level of meeting the criteria. So,
Well, being a mum of an Aspie, I come across a lot of other parents who feel that that they've got subclinical or maybe they're Aspie as well. So it doesn't surprise me at all. There's a lot more of it around.
Well, I reckon my mother
isn't it heritable? Like,
yes,
I've got like my grandfather on my dad's side was definitely an Aspie, and I reckon my mum's an Aspie as well.
I reckon my dad's one.
Both branches. My brother dodged it, but not got it full force.
Sorry.
Like I'm pretty sure my dad's one, but he wouldn't admit it.
Well, previous generations never died.
Because he's
and funnily enough, both my mother and I share a lot of the same same kind of like mental illnesses in response to trauma. And like I didn't find this out until like half a decade into like dealing with depression and dissociative identity disorder. And my mother, like I was just having lunch with my mum and she just popped up saying, oh yeah, I used to do this and that, and it felt like I wasn't me. And I'm like, lightning bolts, like, why didn't you tell me this 20 years ago? Like, come on. Yeah.
Because she didn't understand it, I guess. She didn't have the words for it, perhaps.
Exactly.
Fox, you have a kitty.
Oh my god.
Kitty.
I want the kitty. I want all the kitties.
Absolutely.
I have two such wonderful kitties. You must come over one day, Abigail. You'll love them.
When we're not locked down, yes.
Yeah. I can I can break into the lock that you can't unlock and
yes.
Yeah.
That would be good. Yeah, I've got to work that out.
Where do you live? Like just a suburb?
Reza.
It's like just up the road. That's like a couple of suburbs away. It's just tram trip really.
Where are you again?
I'm in Fitzroy, so
I used to live there.
Yeah, I go to Reservoir to get my clarinet serviced. So there's a place in Reservoir there's a place, they're called Legato, and they're in an industrial park, and they've been there for decades, but they are legitimately one of the best woodwind service people in the world. Like people travel overseas to go there.
Everything you're saying sounds like sexual euphemisms, Abigail. It's like I go there to get my clarinet service. They're the best woodwind people in the business. That's
without getting into too much information, Angry.
Oh my god! Dude, what the hell, dude?
Without getting into too much info, I no longer am a woodwind player, if you know what I mean.
If you know what I mean. There.
You know, my cat with the extra personality, Zorro, he did that during a medical specialist Yes, put his bumhole right up there.
Yep.
Yeah,
No shame.
No shame. No. Zorro, I don't know. I mean, if I'm going to compare him with humans, like, would he be an Aspie or would he be an ADHD? I think he'd just be really complicated.
They're another species. It's really difficult to anthropomorphize another species. Like,
But I enjoy it.
Yeah,
I
I
enjoy
guess.
doing that. It's
You should
fun.
you should never anthropomorphize computers. They really hate that.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm just realizing I'm just updating my Pokemon Go while we're talking. So
fair enough. Have they changed it so that you can play it like in lockdown?
They
usually have to roam the neighborhood.
They've made it easier to get remote raid tags, so you can do the raid from home. Oh wait, what's happening? AD came back. AD came back.
My iPad is hooked into power. It's on power.
And every time I take Ludo's jumper off, he licks the inside of
battery
it.
power. So I've been going and turning things off to try and work out what's sucking down the power. And I think it's StreamYard.
I thought it was a computer, not an iPad.
No, he's got an iPad. That's what we got with the fundraising.
That's what we spent fundraising on. And
fair enough.
Jesus, it's been the bomb. Because I thought I was going to have to bring my iPad and my laptop and mouse and keyboard to hospital. And the first time I went to hospital with the iPad, it was the bomb. It was just, I don't need anything else. Even at home, honestly, 90% of the shit I do is on the iPad because it's got everything you want on it. And then you just pack it up and take it with you. It's got fucking hours of battery time.
Cool.
No shit. I mean, the whole time I've been on here, and I started with 25% battery power, it's been sucking down. It's not been keeping up with the charge, and I've still got 4%. And it's warning me that you're losing power, dude. And I probably will just splits out at some point.
Fair enough.
But the defecant occurs. I am so impressed with it that I just wonder how the fuck I managed to live without it. There's some things the PC does better.
Of course.
There are some things that just does better than Apple. But Apple keeps on putting out these releases that catch up. You can do everything in Windows now. Microsoft and Apple have basically made a dirty deal where they've gone, let's stop fucking around and make it so you can program apps that live on both Apple and Microsoft, because frankly Android's coming through and going to eat the world.
Well, not just that, but like the underlying hardware is changing as well, because people are, big industry giants are thinking of different CPU manufacturers, and so instead of using Intel or AMD, I'm heering talk of like Apple moving to ARM processors, which are like really low power CPUs. So
simple instructions and more of them, isn't it?
Yes. Well, it's
Well, there was British made and British developed, and they never stopped developing it. That was the thing about the ARM. It was a university project, and they brought it back to the university after it went into the Commodores, and they've kept on developing it in quiet. And now it powers a shitload of military stuff. because it's so simple.
Super low power.
It's very low, very hard to crack. Very hard to crack. And that's got the attention of Apple and Microsoft big time. Simple instructions, lots of them. Very difficult, because once you get subroutine, you can sneak in there and stick in a line that no one can see. Once you've got lots of simple instructions and you put a line in, the simple instructions go, yeah, that's not right, and it'll kick it out, because an ARM chip will kick out an instruction that they don't like. And then
So it should be more secure then.
Especially the server arms will alert the admin, we got this instruction and it's new, and it was only put in this morning, and there's been no trunk change since the day before yesterday. This didn't come in a trunk change, it came in on its own. Did you want to maybe think about that? And so admins using ARMs in their servers basically go, trace it and call the cops. And very hard to get into. American militaries all over. They use ARM chips in all of their drones. The other nice thing about an ARM chip is there's one that the British made for them, that if a drone falls out of the sky, it will blow up the drone into tiny little pieces and then burn itself to bits. It'll burn all of its transistors, and then this is a beautiful thing. I love this bit. All of the transistors on the ARM chip will actually break apart. So you've got this dust of transistors, and how are you going to put that back together? It's just dust. It just falls into soil and corrodes as dust. And,
it would oxidize.
And it's just silicon and gallium.
The transistors in an IC is like a 14 nanometer transistor made of silicon, and all you have to do is just pump enough voltage and it burns everything.
Burns a lot, and
and you could design it that way too. Like you could put in a fail secure kind of
you stick a battery,
blow it up
like a 9-volt battery in the package.
Oh God, 9 volts!
In massive failure. See this through the electronics, please. And it will go, sure. What do you want to go last? I want the chip to go last. And when you go, I want you to do this special blow-up thing. No worries, boss. I suddenly can't think anymore.
Did you drop anything, Angry?
I have a question for Angry. What's on your tie?
It's the Incredible Hulk with a machine gun.
Yeah, baby.
That sounds formidable.
Which sounds like overkill.
It sounds like, why would he need one? Like,
I know, right? It seems unfair that he has a machine gun.
That's like strapping a knife to the end of a cruise missile. It's just unnecessary.
I think it's like Motoko Kusanagi with an assault rifle. It's like, just do it. Motoko Kusanagi is my girlfriend. She's my otaku waifu. The thing is, she would come home to me and be really, really snuggly. And I know she wouldn't be all kick crap out of me, because it'd be like, darling, how's work? Arrested 3 people, fucking killed 18. Tough day, huh? Want a drink? Yeah. I'd be that guy. And then, she'd snuggle up and watch Netflix with me. And then she'd be gone for 3 weeks, and I'd come back. It's classified. Yeah. Tough day. Yeah. Drink.
You've just described every time I've fantasized about Black Widow from the Marvel movies. Scarlett Johansson.
See, otaku. Not that much different. I want to get an otaku festival together where otaku can be comfortable enough to share their experiences with one another And what I've thought of doing is making a confessional booth. And you go in there and you go, this is what I do. Then you press the button and one of the other confessors comes up and says, this is what I do. And you go, I'm not that much different to that guy. And you can press another button or the same button and you get another confessor and you find you get 4 goes and you and it's only 2 minutes. You only get 2 minutes to explain yourself and confess. And you find
I saw a very similar concept to this. They did it at when I was at uni, except they did it with Post-it notes. So you go, you write out your confession on a Post-it note, go into this, it was a large but contained room with a light, and you just post it on the wall, and you have all the time until the next person wants to come in, I guess, to read all these things. And it was amazing. It was like a really humanizing moment.
The first time I heard about this concept of confession was there's a guy
trying to get the royal thing happening, Eddie.
He put on
I found my tiara again. I love this.
There's a guy in New York, and he had a tape recorder, phone message tape recorder, and he got a new phone line, and he said, my old phone is useless, but it's still connected because it had to be connected for the new phone. It was, it was one of those things. And he said, what am I going to do with this old phone that I don't use anymore? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put an ad in the paper and say, confess after that, word spread. And he's put on the message, confess anything you want, nothing about murder, extreme violence, or child rape. Basically, he's dead now, but someone is now employed to change the tape over every 2 hours. Every 2 hours, a 90-minute cassette tape is basically used up. There are 8 lines in, and you have to wait to get on. And people wait to get on up to 25 minutes to confess. And they're only there for 3 minutes. And they say all kinds of shit. You get a lot of, I fucked my wife's sister. I fucked my husband's girlfriend. You get a lot of stuff like that. But you get stuff like, I robbed $5 million from a bank. And I put it in a Swiss bank account, and I put my kids through college with it. And I still got student loans, but I'm paying off the student loans with the interest from the Swiss bank, and no one knows.
I'm just loving the headgear at the moment. Nettie with the tiara, Charlie with the ear.
Yes.
And in line with what you were saying, AZ, Kirsten saying she's religiously read Post Secret for 10 plus years.
Yeah, Post Secret is
great. I haven't read them for ages.
In the early days, what is that? Sorry, Charlie.
These are bunny ears from Bras and Things.
Oh, nice.
I
once made
for a friend, but I have yet to meet up with her because of fucking COVID.
Yeah. And so you don't want them to just go to waste.
Fuck it, I'll wear it until I am able to meet up with her.
Yeah. So I once made a headband, and I made an origami head. What are that? From Futurama? The mind slugs. And I stuck it on the brain slugs, and I stuck it on the headband. So I was walking around with this brain slug, and I was going, I think we should all go to the brain slug planet and walk around without hats. It was great. It was a great day.
Oh, that would be cool. That would be cool.
Yeah, this tiara is actually from my wedding in
nice.
With my first husband.
That's pretty.
In the 90s.
Wow,
Well,
you really
I have a tribble.
Yeah, that's fun.
So
no, AJ's about to show us far too much. Look at that.
That is way too much.
AT, put your clothes back on.
Oh, that was insane.
Canine.
Usually when I
and I have
mean to do that,
Right, I'm sick
Yeah.
of this.
I have a
I'm much
TARDIS
better
somewhere.
prepared.
I don't know where it went.
Unfortunately, what I
Though.
had to do was plug the
and I have
back in.
Bessie.
Oh,
Hey,
nice.
nice.
Wow, that's old
Bessie,
school.
look at that.
Yes.
That's like 60s and 70s.
John Pertwee's car. Yeah.
John Pertwee, yeah.
I'm actually gonna go to bed. You fine people. We've taken it past midnight. It's after
But it's not
midnight.
1 o'clock yet.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay.
Queenslanders with your bloody Queensland time.
I actually really do need to go to bed too, because I've only had like 1 hour sleep in the past like 30 hours.
Can we have a late night tomorrow night?
Probably. Because I was going to do 3 cocktail videos tonight, and they were really fucking high-proof videos, high-proof cocktails. So I only did 2 of them. So I've still got to do 1 tomorrow. I've got to do a green Negroni, and then edit them over the weekend. So yeah, no, we'll definitely do it again tomorrow night.
Can I ask an admin question?
Sorry, AZ has an admin question.
Do you know when date night is this week?
No, so Saturday night is live stream night. Every second Saturday night's date night. This week's not date night.
Yeah, okay.
So we and because Sunday's not a school day, so we can fucking party on.
Oh, we lost him. We've really got to sort out a way to upgrade your PC as well.
When lockdown's over, I mean.
Well, by that time, I don't know, like the components you bought will be. They'll still be okay, but like, you know.
But technology, when the 5 kilometer limit's gone, limit's gone, we'll do it.
We should sort something out because I'm really keen to get you up and running with it.
Oh no, because I am too, because I've got this new fucking ring light here, and I did the test shooting last night with the orange filters on it at the moment, the orange filter on it, and then just the white filter. And the orange filter definitely makes me look like I have actual flesh tone in my flesh. And the white one makes me look like a corpse. So
what the hell is going on at Nobody's place? It's all...
Sorry, what was the question, Charlie?
What's going on at Nobody's place? That's all orange.
That's just the
sure
just the lighting.
The lighting's not great. The light is behind me, and this web camera is fucking old. I don't know if it's even got settings to adjust to.
Is it one of those old 480p Logitech webcams?
Well, it is a Logitech, so I'd say you're on the money there.
Probably, yeah. Fair enough.
But it was free.
Anyway, it's doing a job.
Oh, I love Michael. Michael's got the best trivia in the chat. He says the special effects for Babylon 5 was done on a Commodore Amiga 2400s. So.
Wow.
Yeah. Cool.
But
the Amigas were amazing for their time.
Yeah, absolutely. So I did test footage last night, and I definitely look better with the orange filter. Gives me something approaching, and I've been shooting in slightly higher resolution, so all my fucking skin blemishes show up anyway. And but yeah, if Abigail
makeup foundation,
I should, like, when I look at myself back on video, it's like I should wear makeup.
I've seen some like amazing makeup tips from male anchors, news anchors, and they swear by it.
Yeah. So I don't know if I can be bothered, but I might just use video effects to sort of soften and cosmeticize my face.
That'll work too.
But yeah, Abigail, when we fix up the computer, then I'll be able to shoot and edit in 4K. So, and that would be truly horrifying. Remember that episode of The Simpsons when HD TV was a new thing, and Krusty saying, and now we're broadcasting in HD. And there's this close-up of Krusty with all this ravaged and the kids all scream in horror, and he goes, "Yes, kids, embrace the horror." And it's like, there was a joke that, and I don't know, well, it wasn't really a joke, but a lot of previously released films, when watched on home video, watched on an HD TV, the makeup was really obvious because it was never meant to be watched in that resolution. And apparently the particularly most humorous way to watch porn was on an HD TV, and you saw the rather low production values and rather rudimentary makeup that was on was very noticeable. I don't know because I don't have an HD TV. Not because I don't watch porn, but because I don't have an HD TV. So
hang on, is that Michael Kearney in the chat?
Yes,
Michael Kearney, who used to go to La Trobe University.
There's probably more than one Michael Kearney in the world, but who knows? Oh, that reminds me, talking about porn. Playing games on my phone, you know, when you get the apps and it's like if you watch an ad, you get a bonus for the game. I've got a lot of them. Yeah. And there's ones that have been advertised a lot. They're like dating sims, and they're basically suggesting, oh, you get naughtiness in this. Some of the badly rendered cartoon women might take their clothes off, and I'm going, ugh, I could download the game, and then the cartoons might get nude, and they go, oh wait, I can get porn. Yep, sorry.
That's not worth watching a 30-second ad.
Yep, that game is not very enticing at all when I consider the plethora of hardcore on the internet.
There we go.
But they're giving it a red hot. Fellas, you could play this game, and they might take their clothes off. And I'm going, yeah, but I could watch the porn, and they definitely take.
I was about to say it might be more for teenagers, but these days teenagers go to Pornhub too.
Oh, fucking under 10-year-olds go to Pornhub.
Oh,
Jesus.
yeah.
It's the worst.
I don't want to hear it.
No. One idiot.
Sorry. So there's a sensor in every computer that if the user is under a certain age, 12 or so, Pornhub redirects to Disney.com. Yeah,
that works. That works.
Yes,
I still hang out for the day when I get one of those spam calls where they say they're from Microsoft and they've detected.
I've had those.
Yeah, I want one.
Yeah,
because I'm just going to say to them, oh, it's the porn, isn't it? People told me.
Actually, I got a scam call today.
No, I'm going to play a porn video and describe to them in graphic detail what's happening. Is this the bit? Yep. Is when they did that? Is that the bit that put the virus?
I've done that one. I've done that too.
Oh, that's great. No, I got an ATO scam today, and I put it on speakerphone, and my son was doing homework right next to me, so I put it on speakerphone, and we just had a laugh. It was so fun. Wasting their time.
I think I got a Chinese language one of those because it sounded really ominous.
Yes.
Yeah. I got it was Chinese.
I've had a couple of those too.
Yeah, they're pre-recorded.
My favorite trick is still to very sternly say, where did you get this number from? And then tell them they're part of an international security firm and just listen to them shit themselves.
I follow some funny people on social media. They've posted things like guys send them a dick pic and they send this thing back that sounds like an automated message. Like they send like a DM on Facebook or something, and they send an automated message that sounds like it's from Facebook or Twitter or whatever. It goes, we have detected pornographic images coming from your account. This is a criminal offense and will be investigated. If you believe your account has been compromised, reply with "stop," and they're just watching like these guys.
Stop!
These guys freak out, and they keep sending them what looks like automated messages. That goes like, "Someone from the FBI will be contacting you with this," and these guys just fucking freak out.
Yeah.
Charlie, are you okay there? You look like you were in pain for a moment.
My hair tie was stuck in my hair, but I've got it.
Oh no!
Your hair is 100% floof.
It is.
Charlie,
I dream of hair like that. I wish I had hair like that.
It's a struggle.
I can hide behind mine.
Yeah.
I've heard every girl I know with hair worthy of envy has gone on about the struggle. I do believe you now. It's taken some decades, but but I do believe you.
I can hide behind mine.
I was about to say, fair hair too, and nobody. That's just absolutely impressive.
Well, you're half hiding behind the pop filter anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
That is some Cousin It action going on there. That is.
I mean, you want to see some Cousin It action?
Yes, I do.
Oh goodness! Oh,
floofy Cousin It.
Floofy Cousin It.
That is classic 80s right there.
In fact, Dee Snider from Twisted Sister. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, you Cousin It with sunglasses on. There we go.
That's fantastic.
I could see anyway.
You know, my younger daughter, Shaylee, the littler one, who's not going to stay little for long. When she was younger, she used to sleepwalk.
Yeah.
And she would have her hair down over her face, and stand just in a corner like this.
That's some green shit right there. Yeah.
That's Japanese
and
horror.
Dad and I would be walking around the house, having a discussion, talking about this or that, and then suddenly go, ah! And there she is in a darkened corner.
I printed out the Ring girl from the girl from the Ring and a hand, and I positioned it just behind me, behind the curtain, with it looked like a face coming out holding the curtain, to get my son. Of course, it was amazing. It worked to full effect.
She's disappeared.
Oh my
amazing. That is so much floof.
That is spectacular.
That is
They're
great.
not sunglasses, but these are my actual glasses.
Okay.
That's amazing.
I'm sitting here complaining to myself. I feel like my hair is long at the moment.
Oh, look, mine's I need my hair cut so much.
I think Stella's got a similar thing with curly hair.
This one got into hair. Look at that.
She felt the curly girl hair. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you smell. Go away.
Yours being too long. Really? Yours is too long?
I'm just not used to long
mine's
hair.
getting too long.
That is long hair, yeah. I used to be able to sit on my hair.
I've had really short hair for most of the last, 30 years. So if it starts to grow even a little bit longer, I'm like, ugh, what's that?
You'll go to work and your boss will say, hey, what's with the hippie look?
I know, that's what I say. No, because my
looks so sad.
really nebulous contract, and they kept saying it was going to be extended till mid next year because it's government, so it was for the financial year. But then they weren't doing it, and they were like, "Oh, we haven't got the paperwork. We do it for a month," and then it looked like it wasn't going to happen. And so I was talking to other agencies, and then it's like they've kind of realised they've fucked up in the last week, and they went, "No, for reals, we definitely get the paperwork through and extend you till next year." And it's like, cool, as soon as the paperwork comes through, I'm celebrating by dyeing my hair purple because there's lots of in it now, so the purple will really show up, and I'll do the beard as well. Although it's really iffy doing facial hair with dye that's meant for your head, because the fucking vapor is really strong.
Yeah.
Put it down there, and it's like, oh god,
straight up your nose. Yeah.
I've had bleach and dye for months, and I just haven't had the energy to go through the process of doing it myself.
Well, I really want to. If I was going to go through job interviews, I wasn't going to do it with purple hair. And
I've been to job interviews with purple hair, but I'm a programmer. They kind of expect that.
I got a friend who is an ordained Anglican priest, who the day of her ordination had a bright red mohawk.
Nice.
Good honor.
Nice.
Yeah. What diocese is that?
The tats and the piercings.
Yeah, nice.
Actually, I'm going to say, nobody, are you part of the Anglican Church?
Well, I participate. I attend and I help with a few things, the sound and video.
One of my best friends is actually the head archivist for the Anglican Church. So,
worth noting that we're very different from the Sydney diocese. The Sydney diocese are not really very Anglican. They're very old school conservative. The rest of the Anglicans are a lot more modern.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, well, my friend, she's old school Wicca and old school, goth and shit. So that's how I know her, from the goth and alternative religion kind of scene.
Yeah. I know.
Speaking of Star Trek, I'm all for subspace Wi-Fi. Michael Koenig.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, Michael's talking about subspace Wi-Fi. I was thinking something else when they said subspace, but whatever.
Well, that's faster than light communication.
Oh, right.
So,
no, I was thinking of when sorry, no, I probably even shouldn't go there about subspace. But anyway,
is
there some goatsy?
No, just
Safa, my original hair color is brown, like a kind of mousy brown, sort of almost dark blonde.
Mm-hmm. As you're talking about hair, Stella is saying her hair's not as curly as yours, Charlie, but curly enough to be a pain in the ass. And Kirsten's saying her husband has banned her from taking scissors into quarantine because he thinks she'll cut all her hair off in quarantine. She'll go a bit crazy in quarantine.
I mean, it's her hair. Like, she should be able to. Or maybe he's just, like, she doesn't want to and he's doing it for her. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
Still a thing.
Quarantine does make you go stir crazy.
2 weeks in one room. It's like, that's a fucking challenge. That is no matter how nice the room is, that is a fucking challenge.
Yeah, for sure.
Like we saw when they started doing it, people were kind of losing their minds and they were doing signs and holding them up in windows about they were basically losing it. Yeah, no matter how nice the room is, one room for 2 weeks is a fucking trip.
It's a bit rough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a bit rough.
I couldn't do it.
Especially the people who like families, people who had kids and were trying to keep.
They'd at least get like a bigger suite, like a 2-bedroom suite or something. At the very least.
But trying to get kids to get on board with no, you can't leave this room is for the fucking nightmare.
Yeah, that's tough.
Sorry, yeah, Kirsten's confirming every time she cuts off her hair, she cries. There's a palaver. It's for his good that he won't let her have scissors. There you go.
Okay.
I have shaved my head multiple times.
Yeah.
And it's like no big deal because it grows back so fast.
It does. I have to admit, I've thought more than once.
My hair is like a weed.
Yeah. Mrs. Angry has slapped me when I've had this thought. I have thought, like, I could just shave my head and keep the beard and just be like Breaking Bad, sort of. you know. And I've got a solid slap in response to that. I'm like, no, don't do that. But yeah. Nobody. L3's saying he thinks his hair's on about the same length as yours. So there you go.
It's
headbanging hair.
No, as nobody's hair. So
nobody's.
We are apparently the Aspie long hair family tonight.
Hey.
Everyone's got long hair. But the longest I've never let my hair grow long.
If we're going to do a headbang, I got to take my headphones off.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No. I want to see it.
Yeah, nobody's got perfect headbanging hair right now.
Oh, here comes Nettie.
Netty's coming back.
I used to have hair like that when I was 18. I could sit on it. It was very long.
Hot toddy time.
Go on. Everybody with long hair. Are we going to do a
headbang? Everyone's
head will go.
Yes. Everyone with long hair has got to do the head banging now.
I've got a head banging injury. Oh well.
Okay, you don't have to. Yeah.
I can't do it for very long.
Oh, I've got bone spurs from head banging at Jane's addiction.
Yes,
So
that sounds like a real injury. Yeah.
I'm not the only one. My friend who we were kind of competing with each other, we really egged each other on, and we were just like, and we did it the whole fucking concert, and we both have the same injury. Stand here.
Yeah.
Whiplash. Well, Frankie's.
No, we crushed our bones.
That doesn't sound very nice.
Yeah,
it was pretty hard for the next few days at work because I couldn't even I basically had to balance my head on top of this really wobbly stem.
Yeah. Oh my God, how bad are like nightclub injuries going on Monday? Trying not to let on it. Anyone's like, no, I'm fine.
Too many late nights at Deviate.
Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, you played some sport on the weekend," and you go, "Yeah, probably."
Yep, that's it.
They're all okay if you got hurt playing football or something, and it's just like you don't want to tell them about the 12-hour session at the nightclub, and it was like, no,
yeah, and you're coming down from whatever substance you were taking.
Exactly. The old thing of people who haven't gone to bed yet crossing paths with people who get up early. That's a sin.
I've done that so many times. I've given so many wrong directions because I was so overtired to morning people. It's just the worst. I feel so bad about it.
Yeah. Oh God, I remember when I was living in Sydney, the shared house would often go out around like Darlinghurst and whatnot. And we were out one night and there was this table next to us and they were being so loud and they were shrieking and laughing. And we were all straight. And I'm just like, yeah, okay, we get it, you fucking losers. Your drugs are good. Blah. And I'm just ragging on them. And everyone else at my table goes, you know that was us last weekend, right? And I went, yeah.
Yes,
but it's not us tonight. So fuck them. You know, it's just
Chelsea, hell of a drug.
Where were you living in when you were doing the flatmate thing in Sydney?
Chippendale and Newtown. Redfern, Chippendale, Newtown. Those areas. And we
that sounds like a Newtown conversation, that's for sure. I think I've heard that one.
My personal favourite is one of the shared house. There were like 4 of us would go out. There was a couple, male-female couple from the house, another single dude, and I was a single dude. And we'd like go to Oxford Street and get a drink or two and go like, what club are we going? And there was only one hetero nightclub in the area. And me and the other single dude would go, let's go there. And the couple and the girl would go, oh, but that's no, it's a bit uptight. It's a bit of a meat market. When she's saying like it's a meat market, like that's a bad thing, and we're just going, yes, yeah.
We've got someone else wants to join us, Angry.
Yeah. Who wants to join us? Sorry, have I missed something?
Just in the comments, if somebody wants to join us.
Where?
Shannon James Hanlon.
Oh, Shannon, yes. Oh, Shannon, go onto YouTube, Shannon, because fucking Facebook is giving me shit with sharing links. But go onto YouTube and get the link on the stream on YouTube, Shannon. Although it's Jesus Christ, half an hour ago I said I was going to go to bed. Okay, we're going to arbitrarily stay up till 1 a.m. again. Okay. 5-hour stream. That's okay.
So you say the only heterosexual nightclub as if there are like an abundance of queer clubs.
Oxford Street?
Is this in Sydney? I know nothing about Sydney.
No, Oxford Street is
all gay.
Everything was gay, which was fine. And I've told
even the cinemas were gay. Everything was gay. Absolutely gay.
Sure. Okay. Okay.
I've told this story once before when look,
Oxford Street is gay.
Some people who may or may not have been may or may not have taken hallucinogens and were being a bit weird. And there was a bit of a fashion at the time of guys, this is early 90s, I guess, ski pants, like skin tight, like ski, and I may have been convinced to wear them. I may have been convinced by the female housemate to okay, Shannon, I'll put the link in Facebook. This is just going to take me a second. So I may have been convinced by the female housemate to let her put makeup on me. And it was particularly...
Pictures or it didn't happen. Come on.
Yeah. No, I was particularly...
No, this is the 90s. No pics. Yeah. Nobody looking at pics.
So I may have been convinced to... let her put makeup on me. And then we stopped at a bar on Oxford Street before going to this one. And it wasn't just a bar, it was a bear bar. It was the leather.
Yep.
I know that bar.
Yep.
I know that bar.
I'm 22.
Oh, I've heard this story.
Yeah, I've told this story.
I've heard this story.
I'm 22 and fairly slight of build, wearing makeup, and wearing ski pants, and I suddenly realize everyone in the fucking bar is eyeing me off, and I was clever enough to go, well, I can't really hold it against them. I'm in their bar, and I look like a fucking twink, and they were like going to think who's taking me home, and I'm just grabbing the housemates, going, fuck, get me, we're leaving. And I'm having a drink. No, we're fucking leaving. And it's like, and they're like, why? And I'm going, well, none of you look like a fucking twink, okay? And it's
hello, everybody.
Hey, Grasshopper.
Hello. Hi.
Thanks for letting me in, Angry. And Angry, I would love to see a photo of you in this makeup.
I know.
Fortunately, if you don't have one from then, you have to recreate it now. It's the law.
We need to get Mrs. Angry out there to shave you and just do just make you the full tink makeup. Like, we need to see this.
She would probably do it. The other proviso is I was like 40 kilograms lighter, so it's just like I was a little guy.
Those feels. Oh
yeah.
Oh, don't. Yeah, I think everybody here can be like, about 20 odd years ago and 40 kilograms ago,
I mean, just this year, everyone's got a corona baby. Like, isolation tummy is just.
I had to buy new shirts. New shirts. I went to put on one of my white shirts that I wore to work, and I went, oh, that's not good. That's unpleasant.
Yeah. Oh, look, I I started a sewing class late last year, and I got to the point where I'd started to like make some clothing, and I made I got this pattern, and it was amazing, and I got this really good fabric, and then COVID hit, and I haven't finished it, and it just doesn't fit anymore, and I hadn't even finished it. Like
I heard somebody here earlier mention the club Deviate.
Yes, that was me. Yeah, I went there every weekend.
I got dragged out there the first time I ever went down to Melbourne. A couple of my friends found out that I was a bit of a metalhead, and they're like, "Oh, you got to come out to Deviate. You got to see what Deviate's all about."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Okay, then, no worries." So they dragged me out to Deviate. See, up in Sydney, we only had one metal club. I don't think it's going anymore, but it used to be called Blink, and it was the worst nightclub to go to in all of Sydney. It was absolutely, it was absolutely horrible.
That's not a heavy name.
Was Blink in Lacrosse?
It used to be. When it first started, it wasn't.
I think I went to it.
Yeah, it wasn't in the cross when it first started, like back in the early days. I forget exactly where it was, but that was when it was good. When it went to the cross is when it turned really bad and stayed that way. But yeah, no, I got dragged down to Deviate, and I went out there with a friend of mine. She's a cosplayer. She's very much into anime and all of that sort of stuff, and her and I get along based purely on, that we're both a bit of an anime fan.
There were so many nerds that went to Deviate. It's ridiculous.
Well, this the person in question, she radiates that she has a very large personal bubble. With most of my friends, it's always a hug, hello, or a kiss on the cheek, or whatever. With this particular person, it's a fist bump from 10 mile away type thing. She has a very, very large personal bubble, so that's fine. But she's the biggest fan of Tool you've ever heard. And Tool came on while we're at Deviate. And,
as it often did, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So, she's decided to get up onto the dance floor and have a bit of a go with Tool. There was a guy that lived up to the name Tool that decided that this particular person was incredibly attractive and decided that he needed to really get in her personal space. And it became very evident very quickly that she did not want him anywhere near her. But he kept on coming in closer. There was this one point that she actually put a hand up and had to physically place it on his chest to kind of push him back a bit, like, hey, you're really kind of getting in the personal space. He still doesn't take no for an answer. Now, this is literally the first time I've ever met this person through mutual friends and whatnot. And I've literally just walked up, just planted myself right between he and her. And I'm just like, would you like to get a drink, darling? Yes! Yes, I really do. This girl with the largest personal bubble you've ever seen before in your life chucks her arms around me like as if we're dating. And I basically pick her up and walk her over to the bar. Drunk dickhead is absolutely fuming. Don't care at all.
Yeah.
Get up to the bar, order a couple of drinks, and I'm just like, look, if you need a bit of a get out of jail free card, I understand that this is probably really awkward to say out loud, but the quickest way to get unwanted attention away from you is to basically turn around and say, I have a boyfriend, and more than that, point out the boyfriend. I agree with you completely that that's a ridiculous thing that you would need to have to say in order to get unwanted attention away from you.
But it does work.
Yeah. And so for the rest of the night, I was
an older woman hitting on me. Maybe I should wheel that one out. Because I'm almost 30.
Girls don't care if you've already got a girlfriend because they expect men to cheat. Sorry.
I'm polyamorous, so it doesn't bother me. I'd like to meet her.
There we go. That's what
I'm straight to the point. I like being single, unattached, no complications, no bullshit, no rules. No fucking one is coming into my little world because I like my quiet little world. I like to live under my little rock in the shadows, out of everyone's fucking sight.
I could definitely appreciate that.
After my last breakup, After my last breakup, I'm kind of like, yeah, not doing that again. No, never again.
I've realized that I'm somewhere on the grey asexual spectrum. I have romantic attractions, but like most of the time, I just want to cuddle. Like,
yeah, that could be quite
that's
pleasant.
fucking rules. I love that shit.
That could be quite pleasant.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, I'm all about the cuddles. I'm all about the snuggles. I'm a very affectionate person by nature. I'm one of those few lucky that have met, for me personally, the right person to be with. And, I never give a shit about marriage until my current wife, when her and I got together, and I kind of figured out that, that was something that she really wanted. So I did the appropriate, not the appropriate, the stereotypical thing of getting down on one knee the whole 9 yards type thing. But I did that for her, not for me. But if tomorrow she were to apply for divorce for whatever reason, which, knock wood, never happens, but, if that were ever to happen, I think I'd be like you, Nettie, and probably you, Nobody, and just be kind of like, yep, and I'm done.
Just apply the ZFG approach. If the camera can see the bloody thing. There we go.
Oh.
ZFG, right?
You didn't see it angry, but it was a picture on his phone of the give a fucker meter.
Oh, it was at 0.
Yeah, I'll show it again.
It was at 0, yeah.
I'm trying to think. There was a movie or a TV show, and there was a really funny sequence.
But it's not working too well. There it is.
The where a guy's he goes to talk to a girl in a bar, and she says, "I have a boyfriend," and he goes, "Oh, is he big?" And she says, "Yes, very." And he goes, "That's okay. He'll like me. People like me." And she's just...
wow.
I'm trying to it's one of those things, isn't it?
Like pain.
We wish that we lived in a society where women didn't have to turn around to unwanted assholes and say, "I have a boyfriend," in order to get them away from them.
Look,
but living in
whatever you have to do for safety.
Oh yeah, no,
you just have to do. Yeah.
But no, living in the society that we do, where that is a necessary thing, if that was an actual reaction of somebody, how much did you miss the point?
But it was kind of cute because he was just saying "I'm not hitting on you anymore. I just want to be friends. Introduce me to your boyfriend. He'll like me. People like me."
Go ahead, Charlie.
The thing is that I have told guys who were hitting on me that I had a boyfriend, and it still didn't stop them.
No, unfortunately,
sometimes it doesn't. Yeah,
in some
often.
cases it doesn't work. But unfortunately, it is usually the easiest first thing of an almost guaranteed home run of "leave me the heck alone," because societally it would seem that
legal trouble than cutting off testicles too.
Well, it would seem that societally guys care more about the fact that another guy has claimed this vagina.
Yeah.
Than a woman actually being her own autonomous human being. How dare we actually think that?
Well, it's all about the violence inherent in the system, as Monty Python puts it. Can a woman beat the living shit out of me? Probably not as well as her very fucking big boyfriend. Yeah. Or even as her meth-addicted boyfriend.
Does anyone watch the animated series Bob's Burgers?
No.
I used to watch that. I've watched quite a few episodes.
Yeah. There was a hilarious episode that was making fun of bronies, and because one of the daughters,
I know of it.
She loves the magical pony in their cartoon world, and she hears there's a convention for it going on, and she thinks it's going to be other teenage and preteen girls who like the ponies are there, but it's these weird brony types, and they actually call them equesticles because they're guys who like the equestrian things. And so the girl Tina goes with her mum and the other siblings to this convention, expecting it to be a kids thing. And back in the burger place, the dad Bob is serving this guy who's always in there, Teddy. And when Bob tells Teddy they've gone to the convention, Teddy's going, oh no, she can't go there. no. And he goes, why not? It's going to be. He goes, no, Bob, you don't understand. It's these guys who've done this weird thing, and they've sexualized the ponies, and they're called equesticles. And Bob's going, that's really messed up. What is that? And Teddy just screamed. And Teddy's like this hairy garbage man looking guy, and he just screams, why do men ruin everything? It was beautiful. It was this beautiful conversation between them, and yeah, Teddy screamed, why do you ruin everything? And Bob says, I don't know, but we do. And it's just like
Okay, so I got a really quick story for you guys. This is kind of entertaining and rather frightening. 2 nights ago, I met a real deal incel.
Nice.
A self-described proud and out incel.
Wow.
Yeah, and
I feel dirty.
I hope he grows past it. Oh, Jesus.
I tried, like, I do one of these things where I try to accept people however they identify. If they want to identify as asexual, bisexual, whatever, I perfectly fine with pretty much all of that. Incel is a bit of a new one, but I tried to understand why this person identifies as an incel. Now I'll leave names out of it because there's a chance that he could be watching this right now.
Okay.
But
okay.
Yeah, so I got talking to him and I asked for the whys and the hows of how he fell into this absolute rabbit hole. And he started explaining to me of the very typical girls were always going for assholes when I was the nice guy. Every time that I asked a girl out, she always said no, but then she'd go out with this other guy and all of this sort of stuff all of the time. And then as I grew older, basically I found out that it was just never going to happen. So bugger it, I'm celibate, but it's involuntary, so I'm an incel. And I was like, okay, so why is it that you can't just say, I'm finding it difficult to find a date or to find a relationship, as opposed to saying, I am an incel? And he's like, no. Well, there is a difference between these two. And an incel has a certain set of beliefs and ideals that they follow. And I honestly didn't know. So I asked, like, what are these beliefs? What are these ideals? Now, this is where it gets frightening. These bloody incels, like, he was showing me Reddit threads and various websites that they've got and whatnot.
4chan and like.
And also legitimate websites that they have built, like forums for themselves to talk amongst themselves, and they are being dead serious when they're talking about these different ideals that they've got. Their ideals is that women should not have any form of bodily or sexual autonomy at all. In their world, the women are, for all intents and purposes, told who it is that they're going to be with, who it is that they're going to have sex with, and when. They aren't allowed to turn around and say, no, I'm not in the mood or whatever. They just have to kind of lay back and think of merry old England, I guess. It is.
It's never been like that. It has absolutely never been like that in history. I mean,
no, they believe that it should be, though. They believe that, like, we need to go back to some of the early 40s, 50s. Yeah, the old 40s.
No, it wasn't like that then.
But even back then, it wasn't like that.
No. I'm not saying that it was like that back then. I'm saying that they want to incorporate some of the ideals from back then of the 40s and 50s.
The mythology.
You're not in favor of it.
Yeah, it's like the woman stays home and rears the kids, and the guy goes out and gets the job, and all of these sorts of different things. And
there have always been misogynists who say these things. They just absolutely hate women for whatever their fucking reason is. And maybe they're psychotic, maybe they're schizophrenic, maybe their personal mother figure was horribly abusive, and their obsessive compulsive disorder means that they want all women to behave in the absolute opposite way.
They just don't see women as people.
Yeah, they can't see women as people because it's so very threatening to them.
A lot of these forums and sites are very culty, and like, it draws young young men in, and it gives them it's this powerful connection that they hadn't have, but then it just fills their head with all this evil bullshit.
I personally think
very
I don't.
culty.
What you were saying there, Nettie, I can definitely understand part of that, but I honestly don't think that's that. I honestly think that it is a hatred of the female gender simply because of the overwhelming response of "No, I won't fuck you." I honestly believe that's where most of it comes from. Is an honest frustration that they can't get laid.
It's a sense of entitlement that they're entitled
Maybe if he wasn't
to have
Why
sex.
is it that men equate love with sex so extremely? You know, they can't.
I personally don't, but some do. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
They're
these sorts of men. Sorry, Charlie, I keep talking over you.
There are some men that just don't see women and children as people.
So you were also trying to say somebody there, nobody?
That's pretty much what you guys have summed up anyway. I mean, these if they want better odds of getting a root, maybe they should start by not being an absolute piece of shit wrapped in skin.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it was one the parting blow that I did give
respect.
him that got me a bit of a round of applause from most people who knew him and whatnot, and a couple of people were like, "Ooh, he might get a bit violent." I was kind of like, "Yeah, let him." I turned around to him and said, just to be very abundantly clear, at the end of all of our discussion, like this discussion literally went on for the better part of 45 minutes, and I won't go through everything. But at the end of it, I turned around to him and said, "Look, there is nothing involuntary about your celibacy. You were just making it really easy for women to go nope and walk the fuck away."
Yeah, that sums it up perfectly.
Yeah.
The fear of women, it can come down to all sorts of really unexpected, almost metaphysical thoughts, such as women give birth. If I hate my life, then I hate the people who had the power to give birth to me.
I think you got a point there, Eddie.
Yeah.
So you were going to try and say something that angry?
I was just going to say a little bit of trivia. The term incel, involuntary celibate, was coined by a woman in the early noughties.
True.
And because she was finding it, she was basically saying like, yeah, I just can't find someone. And originally the incel community was a very supportive and positive thing about, hey, yeah, we're in this circumstance we don't like, we get out of it. And about 10 years ago, basically with the rise of 4chan and the alt-right, it just started to turn into this dangerous, violent, misogynist psychopathy. It's just I always find it really surreal that the term was coined by a woman, and it was originally a support network. And it was originally a positive thing, and it's just turned so toxic.
That's not uncommon.
That's actually really interesting.
So
well, as
there's
he was just saying in Bob's Burgers, men just ruin everything.
Yeah, men ruin everything.
There's a really great YouTube video by ContraPoints. I don't know if anyone's heard of ContraPoints.
Yes, I love her.
She did a really good take.
Oh my god, I've been following her
and
for
also,
years.
just another shout out to Aussie YouTubers that are absolutely fantastic. Novadia.
I don't know that one.
Okay, Novadia, Nervadia, Novadia. She is absolutely fantastic.
Nervadia.
Nervadia.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Like
We're all looking it up.
Okay. I'm going down the rabbit hole after this stream, I guess.
Yeah, no, Novadia is absolutely fantastic. She's a third-wave feminist, atheist, scientific communicator. She's fantastic. If we can get her attention, I would love to see her in this discussion with us. It would be absolutely amazing. What are you drinking, Charlie?
Nervadia?
Nervadia.
That looks potent.
Vardia.
Potent, Charlie. What have you got there?
Yeah, Charlie, I'm curious. What's that, darling?
This is my homebrew blueberry cider.
Ooh,
Ooh,
Sounds good.
that sounds yummy.
I have a mighty need.
Yeah, that looks absolutely delicious, and I hate you out of pure spite and jealousy right now that I can't have a sip of that because it looks absolutely delicious.
I must know how to make this myself.
Oh. I'm pitching out again. If you want to make ciders and wines and spirits at home, I found a YouTube channel called Bearded and Bored, and this guy just does the wildest stuff with making his own beverages at home. He's an American.
Cool.
I'm just one of these boring people that doesn't drink alcohol. Like I'm really boring like that.
It's fine.
That's all right,
Don't worry,
guys. I've
darling,
joined
it's all
you, mate.
ahead of you.
I've had to quit drinking.
Dude, no,
It's turned alcohol into a trigger.
I had a literal Coyote Ugly moment. I woke up next to somebody that I never would have woken up to if I had been sober. And from that day forth, I vowed never to drink again. I've had a beer at a wedding type thing, or a glass of champagne at a wedding and a beer at a 21st type thing. But I've never, ever drank to get drunk ever again.
That's fair.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I've never done that.
Hats off to you for your resolve.
Yeah.
That's
It's really amazing how
I wish that I could put the same resolve against this shit.
Yeah.
Those habits are hard to
Oh my
kick.
God, the puppy! Oh my God, I want the puppy.
It will show you his asshole soon.
No, it's his face this time, fortunately.
Yeah, no, I saw Abigail's cat earlier, and I wanted to give it a pat because it was very cute. But I'm a big dog person, and that dog is absolutely gorgeous. And I'm really glad that it's a girl because otherwise we'd have a very interesting view right now.
You know, the thing about my Sir Pounds is that he is such a sweetie pie.
Oh,
It's like,
look at that little. Does anybody else just want to dig their hand in there or just give it a bit of a scritch and just let it know that it's alive?
I just want to put my whole face in there and just feel all the fluid.
I'll tell you what, if you ever come across my cat in that situation, for the love of God, don't put your face in there. You'll need hospital treatment afterwards. Because my cat will take an eye out.
God. Okay, well now it's actually,
glad
it is now technically 1 a.m.
It's 1 a.m. I'm fucking going to bed.
Hey, I have a stream on Twitch.
Oh.
Go join Abigail.
I can't bring other people in like StreamYard. It's just me and a camera.
How do you set up a StreamYard? Like, do you have to pay for it, Angry?
There's a free version of StreamYard, and then there's a basic paid version, and there's a pro paid version. You get more features at each level. But yeah, there is a free version of StreamYard that lets you multi-stream and bring other people in, and there's tiers. But yeah, check out their website. I don't even remember what the differences are. I actually have a basic paid StreamYard license. So, but it's just, I got it because it's so fucking easy to use. It is so easy. Cool. And because I'm dumb and can't use things that are more complicated.
I think you're too hard on yourself.
No, I don't like learning things.
Right.
Thanks for letting me in for the last half an hour of this 5-hour stream. I'm upset that I missed all of it, but I was out at work.
That's all good. That's all good.
Thanks for joining us. That was great.
Yeah, it's great. Well, and I will be coming on tomorrow. Well, it's now tonight. It's not tomorrow night. It's tonight. Saturday night. And we'll see what happens there. So take care, everyone.
It was nice to